To me, I believe there's far too much, say, surface area for attacks for the Arizona audit, specifically because of the unknown relationship between Lynn Wood, Jim Penrose, and Doug Logan. I think if many people knew exactly what they were doing and how they were doing it out there on Lynn's property, I think everybody would agree that Doug Logan wasn't the best person to do the audit, because it just left so many doors wide open. So many questions can be asked about it. And so I think we missed a valuable opportunity because Doug was pushed, and everybody knows that Doug had his biases. So that was the reason I came and spoke out so loudly about it. I just want to put that out there.
Okay, and so tell us how you ended up. You are the manager of his nonprofit, right? Is that what it is? Tell us exactly your title as far as in relation to Kyle and how you interacted with him.
Right. So I think the worst part about this was the fact that this guy, Kyle, kind of got wrapped up in a lot of this stuff. I was the first executive director of the Fight Back Foundation. I was elected to that position on September 2nd. That was the first board of directors meeting. I had been working with Lynn since March of 2020. When things happened with Kyle, I kind of jumped in there to help sort of organize everything, and that's when he asked me to be the first executive director. So I stayed on with Lynn for about a month and a half. There was some spending, some overspending, and some misappropriations of donations for Kyle that I did not agree with. So I basically lived with Lynn from August until I resigned, which was on October 20th.
And was that in Georgia?
That was in South Carolina.
Oh.
And so my company installed all his cameras, all his network devices, all his like security systems. My company installed all that on all his properties. And then I took up the role at Fight Back, and that's what most of my time was committed to until the day he punched me in the face and pulled a gun on me. And that was the end of that relationship.
I didn't know those details. I haven't even read that far.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I have read some articles, but didn't know really what led up to everything.
Yeah. I can go into that later.
Tell us a little about that then.
I can go into.
Oh yeah, start wherever you want to start.
Right.
First of all, tell us, Kyle was a minor, right, when all this happened?
How was what?
Kyle was a minor when his event occurred in Kenosha, right?
Yes, ma'am. Okay. So he was 17.
I just want to point that out because I want everybody to know that he was a minor. For one, he was not making decisions for himself. His mother was a mother freaking out because of her son, what he had been wrapped up in. We all know how that area was at that time of the year. So just remember that whenever he tells you what happens, because I am a mother of sons. And when I found out some things that were said to this woman, I was infuriated. And I was just like, how in the world could you say this to somebody like that? Especially when the son can't even stick up for himself. So I just want you to know that before he tells you whatever else he's going to tell you.
So I'll let Kyle say hi first. Want to say hi?
Hello, everybody. I'm Kyle.
Hey, Kyle. One of our owners is actually in Wisconsin, and she was like, "How did you get him on here?" She just came back. She's been gone for a few months, and she was super excited to have you on.
Thank you.
So I was at Lynn's house on the 25th of August, which was in Atlanta. At that time, I was there, and I saw this incident happen, and I saw it on the news, and I started getting really into it. I was a SEAL for 15 years, so I kind of understand like use of force and self-defense and things of that nature, right? I said, Lynn, we really got to help this kid. He's going to get railroaded. And they started to railroad him. They started to say that he was part of some militia, to say that he was some white supremacist. Look, all the investigations have been done by the prosecution, by NPR, by the ADL, and there is zero evidence that Kyle had any affiliation with any extremist group or militia or whatever you want to call them at all, right? And so Lynn kind of took it up. Lynn said, I'm going to help this kid out, and we're going to have Fight Back do it, right? So at the same time, we had John Pierce doing whatever he could to contact the family. This was on the 26th of
Okay,
October.
wait, hold up. Can you tell us who that is so everybody knows?
John Pierce was his first lead, lawyer for defense, right? So try to stick with me because this can get kind of complex. So John Pierce, Lawson Pedigo, and Lynn Wood on October 12th, 2020. They went into business together and they started a organization called Fight Back Foundation. Now, there was zero assets, there was zero operations, nothing had been done except for the incorporation of that business in Texas. Okay. How did they
What
get
was
to
the
know
business in Texas?
Fight Back Foundation?
Oh, it's in Texas?
Yeah, it's
Go
based in
figure.
Texas.
Everything's
Yep.
in Texas. That's bad. Sorry.
Yeah.
I live in Texas. I can say that.
And the reason they did this was a pretty seriously polarized sort of message from the start. They got to know each other because Lawson Pedigo and Lawson Pedigo and John Pierce were both on Carter Page's defamation suit in DC. Carter wanted to bring on Lynn Wood to help him. So they had a phone call on the 9th of August of 2020. And that was the first time that that Lynn met John Pierce, Lawson Pedigo, and Carter. Okay. A few days later, John Pierce asked Lynn to be a part of his organization. The entire Fight Back idea was John Pierce's idea. Okay. He mimicked the same thing for NCLU now. Okay. So this was never Lynn Wood's freaking creation. It was never his foundation. That is just not true. Okay, so John starts trying to get a hold of the family, and apparently he reached them by phone. At the same time he was trying to get a hold of the family, he had some friends of his, some pretty sketchy friends, start up a website so they could start to bring in these tons of donations. And when I say tons of donations, in the first 72 hours, we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars in donations.
Are you talking about Lynn or John?
I'm talking about John. John. Fight Back, from Lynn's perspective, hadn't taken up the candle yet. Okay. John was sort of like unilaterally going out saying Fight Back is going to do this because John has a lot of financial issues. He saw money signs, period. Right. Some serious financial issues. He's got $70 million in debt. He's got some things going on. When Lynn and I started to learn about some of these things going on, Lynn, I think, realized that he's part of this organization and we need to get our arms wrapped around it. And so that's what he asked me to do. And I did that. I actually created the website that you see now when you go to Fight Back Foundation. I tried to sort of depolarize it as much as we could. And we started to be the like collection bin for all these sort of like disparate fundraising efforts for Kyle, right? Like the intent when we started was to raise this money and to bring it all into one area. Okay. So then that could be used for his defense. Lynn's, something that frustrates me now from hearing what he says was Lynn's original intent was to fund his defense and then give him a check at the very end of it so he could start his life again, right? Like there was never an idea that people were, say, donating to Fight Back. They were donating to Kyle. Fight Back was just going to be the recipient of those donations, right? So we're talking about $1.2 million was raised before the end of September, just on PayPal alone. Okay, so let's fast forward a little bit to September 2nd. John resigned on September 2nd. He couldn't be Kyle's like defense counsel if he was still on the board. And so he put in his resignation letter, and he was the lead like defense counsel. Look, John Pierce brought a 34, 35-page engagement agreement to Wendy Rittenhouse. Wendy is not a very sophisticated lady, especially when it comes to the law, right? She's got some Harvard-educated attorney rushing in, and she's got Lynn Wood, and they're like, we're going to take care of everything. You don't worry about anything at all. It's all going to be funded and paid for. Sort of
Yeah,
buyout.
you don't mean that in a rude way. You're just saying she's like a normal human being that doesn't know.
She's a normal human being whose son is in prison, and she has a Harvard-educated attorney and Lynn Wood rushing on white horses, right? So she's just like, oh gosh, what do I do? And she signed the engagement agreement. Now, John Pierce, who's never done a defense case in his life, he's never done a defense case in his life. Okay. And now he feels like he can jump in there and pick up a double homicide case. And not only that, was John charged $1,275 an hour. Right. So by the end of September, we received an invoice from John Pierce for $114,000. This is 4 days later. So,
Goodness gracious.
Yeah, so not cool, right?
And he's still in prison, right?
I'm sorry?
The whole time. He's in prison the whole time this is occurring.
And Kyle is in prison. Yep. So the idea was to fight extradition. We brought on very, very good attorneys. A guy by the name of Chris Van Wagner, Jessa Nicholson, Marina Medvin. We brought in very good attorneys, but John was the leader, right? About this time, about the middle of September, Lynn really found out about all of John's problems, but he decided he was in the position to give him absolution. Any reasonable person would have been like, no, you can't be associated with this. There's no experience behind you. And he's billing hundreds of thousands of dollars. So this is what I want people to know. Unfortunately, Lynn believed that there was going to be utter chaos after the election. And so Lynn wanted to keep Kyle in prison because he believed that nobody would be doing any cases after the election. All right. I mean, he stated this himself, and I have it on recording.
I posted the recording today on the channel because I thought it was interesting that it was pre-election, and that he somehow knew that there was going to be chaos.
Right.
I mean, Trump told us about there's going to probably be some fraud, but the recording was making it to me when I listened to it. I feel like I heard him correct himself. And then also I felt like it was being hyped up more of like what the Capitol incident turned into. Like the election was going to turn into that.
Yes. And it wasn't based on any solid legal theory, right? to keep him in jail from Lynn's perspective. And he'll tell you now he was not one of Kyle's lawyers. He'll tell you he didn't have anything to do with the those kind of decisions. That is not true. Lynn took the control of the entire like defense team, and basically he sort of like what him said freaking goes. Like he said, I want him to stay in prison because he's safer there. He's safer at home with his mother. Okay. Lynn didn't know anything about, he's not a defense attorney either, neither Lynn nor John. So John wanted to do a habeas argument based on the fact that the Constitution says that Kyle was in an unincorporated militia at the age of 17, right? It's a novel argument that was never going to work, especially when you're looking at a extradition. And please, Kellye, jump in here if I'm off base. It was never going to work, especially in a neighboring state extradition trial. And all of the team was telling John and Lynn, don't do this. Don't do this. Well, John went on Tucker and he said the whole like militia thing. Like, I think Kyle was in a militia because he was 17. Now, nobody understands those nuances. So what happened was John and Lynn basically screwed Kyle by claiming he was in a militia. So that solidified in the eyes and the ears of all Americans that now Kyle was actually in a militia, right? It took us 10 months to get that argument out of people's heads. It just was poorly thought out. So John, so the three attorneys, John and like Marina and CVW, Chris Van Wagner, and Jessa Nicholson, they left, right? Like they said, this is ridiculous. This is not going to work. Like John needs to listen, and he just didn't. So he shows up to extradition. He said he was going to have witnesses, blah, blah, blah. He showed up 30 seconds, maybe 30 seconds, and then Kyle lost the extradition, and he was gone. Well, John, who we had paid from Fight Back Foundation $260,000 by this point in time, he didn't have he did not present a motion to stay, right? He sent in an email that he would file it on Monday. Problem was, by the time he sent that email right after the hearing, I mean, Kyle was halfway to Kenosha, right? So all in, Fight Back spent upwards of $700,000 on a month and a half on a failed extradition because John nor Lynn had any idea what they were doing, period.
Because Linda's defamation, right?
Yes. Right.
Okay, I guess I should have probably asked you this beforehand. Can you give us a simple version of what actually took place? Are you allowed to say that?
No.
I know he's like going somewhere, so I didn't know. Yeah, he has court and stuff, so I don't want to.
No.
I mean, okay, just go do some research on what happened, you guys. If you don't know his story, I'm sure you all do, but I just wanted to ask.
But I jump in there real quick because I want to. This is kind of like a weird little reach around. So I actually have Gun Owners of America from the DC, like, so they had kind of been using me for referrals down here in Texas. And when all the stuff happened with Kyle, a lot of us reached out and said, hey, and so I'm a former prosecutor. There's a ton of former prosecutors on there. You know, we've all, you know, we're pretty well educated on gun rights and we actually reached out to the head of gun owners and told them that we would all come and assist, but basically we were all hands on deck, kind of like with the election, like we were all hands on deck. There are just some of us that just do that kind of work. But anyway, all that to say is that actually John Pierce wouldn't even contact several of us back.
That's right.
And most of us were actual like criminal attorneys or had done criminal work historically. So, we were willing to go up there. And I mean, I even said, look, just pay my expenses and I'll come up there and help out. But literally he shot me and I think there was probably like 3 others that I'm aware of down from coming down or being able to go up there to assist the team, just so you know.
That's right. No, I'm well aware. Look, thousands and thousands and thousands of people were sending in emails that had experience as paralegals, as all kinds of different attorneys. I mean, you wouldn't believe the reaction. And we were not to contact any of them. Like, this was supposed to be John Pierce's thing, that Lynn sort of was going to be guiding. So Lynn took the whole like strategic head of this defense team, and he claims that he wasn't involved, but that's not true. He was very much the strategic leader. And Chris Van Wagner himself sent an email to Lynn and said, hey, look, I need things to happen here for us to be full throat on this case.
Who is that again?
That was Chris Van Wagner.
Yeah, but who is he again? Just in case.
He's a defense attorney out of Wisconsin.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, he's one of the best defense attorneys in Wisconsin. And Lynn said, no, he was very, very, very rude to him. Very rude. So I'm going to be publishing all of these documents. I'm going to be sharing them with the public because people need to know how this happened, right? This was a miscarriage of justice on Kyle from the prosecutor's standpoint, and it was a total miscarriage of justice from Linwood and Fight Back and what they have done to this family. It is shameful. All right, so let me fast forward a little bit. So John loses extradition and Kyle is extradited. And it's at this point that they really need to figure out what's going to happen. We knew that there was I think it was a $2 million bail set in Wisconsin, right? By this time, by the end of October, Fight Back had brought in $2.1 million. So had they not spent $700K on the extradition, or $650, $700K on the extradition, then Kyle would have been out a month and a half sooner, right?
And he was in like regular prison, right? Not juvenile.
He was in a juvenile facility when he was in Illinois. And then when he came over to Kenosha, he was put in the Kenosha jail.
Okay, I just want to make sure that, because I didn't know in Texas, when you're 17, you're an adult. So
Right. So he was extradited. He ended up in Kenosha, and then the big push for bail came. Look, I have Lynn on recording too, and I didn't record all of these like surreptitiously. I recorded these for facts. I recorded these with everybody's awareness, right? And Lynn claimed a couple times that he's never going to go to trial. This is never going to go to trial. He said it over and over again. And then everybody who was still kind of like tangentially on the defense team was like, what do you mean? Of course this is going to trial. He's like, no, it's not going to trial, right? At one point, he said that Donald Trump is going to pardon him. Anybody who's an attorney knows that that's just not possible, right? So all of these things were very concerning, and I brought it up to Lynn in October. He made a commitment to the Walkaway Foundation for $100,000. And I'm going to show my emails too, where I have a problem with that because we do not have $100,000 to just give away. All of this money was transferred in, okay, for donations for Kyle. And let me caveat that. Wendy Rittenhouse herself sent Fight Back nearly $1 million that she received in donations from separate fundraising sources, specifically $585,000 from Give, Send, Go. Wendy sent that to Fight Back. She talked to Give, Send, Go, and she said, I want this to go to Fight Back because they will be good stewards. So when Lynn says that he doesn't have a legal obligation, and he stated this on his Telegram, that him nor Fight Back has a legal obligation to Wendy Rittenhouse, I was furious because they absolutely have a legal obligation to provide an accounting and to let Wendy know how that money was spent, right? And people don't know that. People need to know that, right? So let's get to the 1st of November. Now the big push for bail is here. They have to raise somewhere around 800,000 because they've already spent 700, and I think they spent another 100K or so with the walkaway donation, right? So I had resigned formally a couple days earlier, and they started to do this big push to get all the rest of the money for bail, right? If they didn't misspend, and this is what I want people to know, if they didn't waste hundreds of thousands of dollars on the extradition, right? Or at least didn't pay John $300K by this point to lose extradition, that bail money would have been available much earlier than it was, and Kyle would have been freed. Okay. So they started this big push for bail. Let's say this is about like November 1st. Well, somebody at the organization had taken down the selector menu. They changed platform, something happened. So now everybody who was donating for Kyle was being mixed up with who was donating because of the election fraud stuff, right? So millions of dollars came flooding into Fight Back, and they had no way to discern how much was coming in for Kyle and how much was coming in for this election fraud stuff. I mean, that really happened. So their solution was to just pull a 70-30 split. Let's just pull 70-30. So they said everything that came in from the 1st to the 17th, we're just going to give 70 to Kyle, 30 to the election side. Well, can't really do that, right? There's a way with GAAP for that to get done as long as you sort of like disclose and back it up. But they retroactively applied that 70-30 split to all donations to Kyle, going back to the 26th of August, right? So he provided a recent accounting, and it states $699,000 was brought in through PayPal. I object to that because I have the financial statements, right? $1.2 million was actually brought in through PayPal. And there's several more sort of, I don't want to say like inaccuracies, but it's just outwardly false. Okay, so then Kyle gets bailed out. I resigned, so I was home in Reno hanging out with my family, and John Pierce calls me and he's like, can you help me pull Kyle out? I said, absolutely. So I fly to Wisconsin the day before, and I meet Wendy, and I'm the one who picked up Kyle from the Justice Center when he got bailed out. Okay. We drove all the way down to the safe house. I'm doing air quotes right now, that that John had arranged for them. And we go to the hotel where they're going to have their family's going to meet, because Kyle is finally free after 87 days. And we go walking into the room, and there's Ricky Schroeder. Ricky Schroeder's sitting in the room. And nobody knows why. Apparently he gave a sizable $150,000 donation that sort of took it over the edge. And so Ricky says hello, and he's there. And
Can I ask you a question really quick?
Yeah.
Did Mike Lindell, didn't he supposedly donate something?
So I've also got loud with Mike too a little bit, because Mike donated $50,000 to the election stuff. Lynn Wood, by accident or probably on purpose, because at that time Mike Lindell was one of his clients, said he donated for Kyle. The next day, Mike Lindell does a press conference and says, I didn't donate to that kid. I donated to the election fraud stuff.
So
Right,
was he
so-
trying to separate himself from Kyle?
Yes, very much so. It was politically expedient at that point for him to sort of step away and not support Kyle. So I take issue when people give Mike credit, because that wasn't his intent. His intent wasn't to help the kid. His intent was to give Fight Back money for fraud. That just goes to show you how screwed up the Fight Back, say, books were at this time. I mean, how do you have the chairman say that a $50,000 donation wasn't even meant for one cause? That just goes to show you how they had zero control, or basically zero idea as to who's giving what for what, right? It was a mess. It was a total mess. All right, I'm not losing anybody, am I?
No, I just wanted to ask because somebody that lives in Wisconsin had said something. They followed this case very closely because they lived very close and it affected their life. So they remembered Mike Lindell saying he had paid like half the bill or something. So that's why I was just asking, because I didn't personally know, and I wanted to ask, how he was tied into Kyle.
And I wish I had actually known that when Sidney Powell and all of them were hauling Lynn Wood around. I mean, not Mike Lindell and Lynn Wood, as a matter of fact, because I remember there was an article that came out, I think in December, that was about John Pierce and him, basically a court hearing where the judge was kind of reaming him, I think, on some of his ethics stuff somewhere back in there.
Yeah.
And I remember that. So when John Pierce resurfaces after the 6th with the defendants, I was really mad. And I was already on the fence with Lynn Wood because of that from back in December, because I'd kind of put that stuff together. So I had already kind of figured out that there are these, attorneys that are running around ripping people off. And I did not know that about Mike Lindell, though. So that's very interesting because, yeah, just moving forward in what's happened, that's really interesting for me. So thank you for that information.
Sorry, I didn't mean to get you off track.
No, it's fine. I'm trying not to jump around here because this is a very complex sort of situation. I've told a lot of people this. I've told Kyle's attorneys this, all this information. So just trying to make sure that I keep it somewhat linear so it's easier to understand. So Kyle gets bailed out. I help pick him up, and we go back. Look, I mean, Ricky donated $150,000. Do I think it was bad judgment to have him there on the reunion? Yes, I do. I'm not going to hide that at all. But then the question arises shortly thereafter. So John starts having these issues with Lynn. Lynn transferred that bail money that came from Fight Back, right? It should have gone to Wendy's account, and Wendy should have posted the bond. John wanted to be the one to post the bond. He said it's safer for security or whatever. So John received the $2 million. And the instructions and the emails that relate to that were specifically for Wendy Rittenhouse, for the benefit of Kyle Rittenhouse and his defense, right? There was never any thought, there was never any sort of claim by Fight Back that this money should go back to them. There was never a discussion about that. This was the post the bail for Kyle and for the benefit of Wendy and Kyle. Yes, it got him out, but because John Pierce and because like Lynn Wood have been finagling over this money, which we don't even care about, it has prevented Wendy from seeking financing sort of avenues that can collateralize on that bond to pay legal fees. And I'll talk more on that here in a little bit. Wendy got wind of an email that Lynn tried to go all stop on Kyle's fundraising before he was bailed out. So on the 14th, the fundraiser for Fight Back was trying to get out some emails, okay? These house file emails are using all of the data from people who have already donated to Kyle. So all the money they're raising for bail, they're raising off of Wendy's media appearances and off of emails to the house file that is all donors to Kyle, including the 41,000 donors that gave money to Give, Send, Go. Wendy never
Yeah,
offered.
Kyle was like the cash cow for the conservatives before the election. Like that was the
Yep.
We had been fighting with, the riots and stuff, and then boom, here's this kid. So, everybody was talking about it. I remember that.
Yep. And so Lynn and Fight Back would send out these house file emails asking for more money. But they were sending it to people who already donated to Kyle, and they were using data that Wendy didn't authorize them to use, specifically didn't authorize them to use. So I hear Lynn with that. I mean, how classless do you have to be to send a letter to the court saying that you want the bail back on the day that he's in a freaking hearing, the most important hearing yet, right? I mean, come on, that's just absolutely classless. But they claim that that this money was raised by their supporters, right? And so I push back against that, and I say absolutely not. They were using data, Wendy's data, and Wendy's money to pay this bail, and now they want it back. And I'll tell you why they want it back. At the end of November, coming into December, Wendy wanted some answers from Fight Back, especially with that email that Lynn states that he wants to stop fundraising for Kyle before Kyle gets the bail money. He says he focuses on Georgia. He's focusing on Georgia. So he wanted to stop raising money for Kyle's bail before Kyle was even bailed out.
Well, can you give us a timeline of like what month this is?
This is on the 14th of November.
Okay, so right after the election.
And Kyle was bailed out on the 20th.
Okay, cool.
So Wendy didn't like that, and she asked for a accounting. How much was brought in? What was spent on who for what? And Fight Back and Lynn denied her. They would not provide one. Period. Right? So Wendy does the smart thing, and she says, well, then they're not authorized to raise any more money for Kyle. After she did that, Lynn sort of took to his Twitter and said, I have withdrawn from the case. Like, Lynn was fired, right? Like, all Wendy wanted was an accounting. She just wanted to know how much was brought in and what was spent. She just wanted a fair accounting. That was it. All this drama could have been completely over or never happened if they had just provided an accounting, right? I gave her an accounting because I had all the information up to the day that I left. When we found out that they just applied a random split to the money, questions started to arise, right? Like, that's why they won't give an accounting, and that's why they won't do an audit, because they cannot determine how much money was brought in for the foundation and how much money was brought in for Kyle. That is the reason they won't do an independent third-party audit, right? So Wendy said, that's enough, stop fundraising. They didn't. They continued to raise money off of links that have Kyle's face on it until the 13th of December, which was a problem. So we asked them to fix that. We also asked them to please put some kind of note on the website that says that Fight Back is not raising money for Kyle anymore. And then please provide a link. If people are looking to donate to Kyle, just click this link, Free Kyle USA, which is what Wendy created. They refused. If you guys go back and look, they've never put a link to redirect people who wanted to donate to Kyle. Lynn was jaded. He was mad. He was mad that Wendy said, enough is enough. If you won't give us an accounting, we don't want you doing this anymore. That was the most callous, cold thing that I could ever imagine. Okay, so about that time, Wendy asked me to help her build a new sort of fundraising platform, Free Kyle USA. So we did that. So we built Free Kyle USA. At the time, the donations were going to John Pierce's account, but we tracked those. And so we know every dollar where that went. Fight Back, at this point, they realized how exposed they were. So they paid the bills that were submitted by Mark Richards and by the investigators. They paid those bills in December, but those were invoices sent September and October and November. They were 3 months late on paying those invoices. I mean, Kyle almost lost his whole defense team because Fight Back didn't pay the bills. How crazy is that? So,
yeah.
And so we created Free Kyle USA. I talked to lawyers, I talked to accountants all over the place, and I wanted to set up an organization that was done properly. And money going into John Pierce's account was not done properly. So I got with a couple of attorneys, one guy who's an amazing asset protection attorney, and we created the Milo Trust, okay? And that was created with input from several awesome attorneys and by 2 major accounting firms. This is how this needs to be set up. This was something novel, right? Starting up a huge sort of crowdfunding experience for a case of this huge in magnitude was a big deal. So it had to be done right. I mean, crowdfunding defense stuff is all over the place now, right? But for this case in particular, given its very dynamic sort of tendencies and tentacles into several different national issues, right? Was huge that it was done right. So we created the Milo Trust, and we created a LLC called the Milo Fund LLC. And the Milo Fund LLC was the I'll say is the like transactional entity. The Milo Fund LLC is what actually gets all the donations, sorry, and then pays all the bills. Okay? Every single payment, every single one has to be approved in writing by Wendy. I'm not associated with any of the finances, okay, because I'm very close to Kyle and Wendy and to the family. That is done by a corporate trustee who is also the manager, right? So this thing was set up where nobody has access to the bank account except for the corporate and bank freaking trustee that pays all the bills, period. And the front side of that is Free Kyle USA, right? Every dollar that has come in to Free Kyle USA has been paid out to attorneys, to experts, for the security aspect, every single one. And we have a badass accounting team that does all the reconciliations every month, right? And so Lynn attacked us, and he attacked Free Kyle USA because we were calling him out. I was calling him out. I was saying, just give an accounting. He only just provided his accounting to Kyle's lawyers, these awesome lawyers from Nelson Mullins. And that's where we're at. So is there any questions so far?
I think that whenever I was learning about this, and the only person on Telegram that's ever called this out is Brian Cates. I don't particularly like Brian Cates, but I did agree with him on this and the Tory affidavit. I did agree with him on both of those things. He did pick apart the John Roberts thing, which I read that whole whistleblower thing. I don't. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the truth is on that, and until somebody's charged with for it, then I mean I don't know what to believe. But at first I was kind of like, wow, why would you attack that guy? But then once I realized a lot of the stuff that's going on behind the scenes with this whole audit thing, um, to me, I started realizing that this is not, we have been pitted against one another left and right. And they use different events for each one. But the more you look into it, the more similar they are. It's really all the same people that orchestrate the whole thing. They just choose which side to target. So to me, this sounded nothing different than the Black Lives Matter stuff, because that woman or those women, whoever they were, they went and bought mansions, and then the families were like, "Where's the money?"
Right.
They got rich off of their name, off of these victims' names. So that's when I started really, I've been putting stuff together for a few weeks now, and um, I'm just like, it's all the same. The tactics are all the same. They take people that don't know any different. And it's the same thing with the audits. They take people like us who don't know anything about anything when it comes to this, because guess what? There's never been one of these before. Um, and nobody knows what to do. So we're all just like, well, we want to do what Arizona did. Well, we're just taking their word for it. And half of us didn't even know what a FOIA request was or how to file one.
Yep.
And, we formed we have groups in each state where we do the work. So the chats are just chats. And I use the main This America chat just for like news and stuff, and, getting some truth out there. People don't want to hear, but the state chats are, we have work groups that we use, and we have a FOIA group that just dedicated to FOIAs. And, we've had so much trouble getting voter rolls, and here's all these foundations taking money in the name of election integrity and audit all 50. But every time we ask them for help, they tell us they can get it, and then we never hear back from them. I was assured we would be able to get all the voter rolls, everything for free. They were going to get all of them to us because people had already gotten them and all this stuff. And I mean, I've been in contact with everyone personally involved except for Cyber Ninjas, Patrick Byrne, and Linwood and Mike Flynn. But everybody else that's involved, well, Sydney, I haven't talked to her directly. I've texted them personally. So
Well, I'll
Dr.
give you some
Frank on
information
Telegram.
about.
What do you say?
I'll give you some information about that. I want to back up real quick and just talk about John Pierce, just to get this out there so everybody knows. Recently, Linwood has been attacking me, right? He's been attacking Free Kyle USA, and he was implying that John Pierce is part of Free Kyle USA. John Pierce was fired by Kyle personally on February 1st. For several things that he did. One, he just didn't think about Kyle as a client. So he introduced, it was his fault. It was his arrangements that nearly really screwed Kyle, right? And Kyle had no idea who these people were, but John sent people. John made plans. Like John flew them down to Miami. John's reason for going down there was to meet with a litigation funder. John tried to get on two separate attempts. John tried to get a $1 million loan and collateralize his bond. You heard that right, John.
Yeah,
John
I heard that.
$1 million cash into his account and collateralize it against his $2 million bond. When we went down, I was in Puerto Rico. He took them down to Miami, and unbeknownst to them, John tried to use Kyle as a bit of arm candy, right? Because he wanted to lock in new clients. What people don't know is Wendy freaked out and she called me and said, "Please get here now. We need to get out of here." So I changed my flight and I flew to Miami, and we flew out the next day. We were gone. Okay. That nearly
That's exactly how our channels got used as arm candy for Bannon to excel other people into fame for auditing all 50. Not one of these people pushed the audit all 50 thing until our groups emerged and we were put on Bannon and we were getting 200,000 people on here. And then after the symposium went wrong, then they were all, y'all do FOIAs, y'all audit all 50. It's like, we've been doing that for 2 months.
So yeah, I'm going to tell you about that here in just a second too. So I just want everybody to know, John Pierce, as of right now, he has refused to sign over the right to receive that bond when it's returned. So John Pierce, even though he was fired in February, refuses to turn that over. Okay, so as of right now, if that bond gets paid back tomorrow, John Pierce, with all of his financial troubles, will get a $2 million deposit. He has agreed to sign it over only if, and Kellye, you're going to love this one, only if the Rittenhouses sign a general waiver, and only if he does not have to provide any accounting of their client trust account.
So, has anybody considered suing them for this garbage?
Yes, and obviously it takes time to go through the court system, but there has not been one accounting provided to the family of John's client trust account, period. I believe it's because there was high dollar donations given for Wendy and Kyle that were just not disclosed. What lawyer in their right mind would refuse to provide any accounting ever? Period. it's theft and it's fraud across the board. Fight Back and John Pierce. And I have no issue saying that because it is.
Well, and then so I noticed on the people from January 6th, Pearson, Powell hopped over and started fundraising off of them. And I think Powell's still in, but I noticed Pierce is out. So did he just make money and run off of them too?
Pierce started up NCLU, the
Right.
National Constitution Law Union.
Correct.
I apparently pissed a lot of people off, like Tim Pool and all these other people, because I was trying to tell people, do not donate to John Pierce. He's one guy. He's one guy. He has 0 associates, and he has 17 clients from January 6th. What? Right? And he takes in all these donations, and nobody knows where any of it goes. Right? And I guarantee you, he's billing yin yang through the hour. I know John Pierce. I know his capability for duplicity and for deceit. And I was trying to warn these people, like, be very, very careful here. He doesn't have experience doing any kind of defense law, and be very wary of giving money to some organization that he actually states most of this is going to get paid to his firm.
Okay, so do you know
I
if he
warned
has
him.
any of those in common with any of the guys that they're raising money for on the prisoner's record here?
That's who it is. That's who he's got. That's who he's got.
They're raising money for the same exact people?
Yes. Yes. And that's because and this is what I don't know, and this is my question, because last I saw, he no-showed, I think maybe 3 weeks ago, to a hearing on one of the guys, and then he allegedly had COVID, but I don't know what happened after that. I haven't seen, but another client that he has had another attorney sign on. So I'm wondering if he
So
just
him
took
and the
the money
cyber
and ran.
ninjas had COVID at the same time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't make this up.
No, you can't. And like, all you got to do is look at John's history, right? My experience with him, I know exactly what he's out for. He's out for money, right? He's got alimony. He's got $70 million. $70 million his firm has in like litigation funding debt. He's got 2 federal tax liens. Like the guy's in a bad way, right? And just like how he jumped onto Kyle so fast. I mean, what kind of attorney would bill $12.75 an hour without any experience, right? It hurts to even think about it. But he's doing the same thing to the January 6th people. And that's what I was trying to warn people. Like this NCLU organization, I did some research on it. His CFO isn't even a lawyer yet, and he's facing like 10 felony charges in Pennsylvania for fraud. Right? And so I was trying to warn people, and people were like, "Oh God, there's Dave railing against John Pierce again. Like he wants to screw people." No, I don't. I believe everybody deserves competent and effective representation, right? And I knew they weren't going to get it that way. So, time will tell.
So what's the connection, if any, with John and Cyber Ninjas, if they were both sick at the same time?
Oh, no, nothing. It's just an excuse. So I'll move over. But the last thing I'll say about Kyle and all that was Lynn attacked me, and I'm going to explain why he attacked me, because that is what is related to the audit. Okay. And then he attacked Free Kyle USA, and he attacked his way to bring in some donations. Right. So we've been doing well with our house file, and we've been getting by. But like, the strange thing is nobody's talking about it. Right. And the reason nobody's talking about Kyle is because of Lynn, right? Lynn has basically told people to black out anything related to Kyle Rittenhouse because of my involvement with Kyle Rittenhouse, right? And I think that's pretty screwed up. I think that's very screwed up. And that was told to me from a right-wing podcaster who is heavily supported by Mike Lindell and by My Pillow, right? They basically said, "I'll stop and talking about Kyle." So hopefully that changes soon, because we still need to raise some money to get through trial. But I mean, time will tell on that one. So why does Lynn hate me so much? And how does that go into the Arizona audit? All right. So this is going to blow your guys' socks off if you haven't heard this yet. When I stopped working for Lynn, I still had some people on property who were finishing up one of the security projects. And they would tell me all this information because they were on property when the gang showed up, right? So on the 15th of November, you have Doug Logan, Jim Penrose, that's Mike Flynn's assistant.
Who's
you have
assistant?
Flynn.
Oh God.
You have Andrew Whitney. If you guys don't know who Andrew Whitney is, he is the CEO of a company called Phoenix Biotech. Okay. Who sits on the board and is the chief investor of Phoenix Biotech? Mike Lindell.
Do you know if he works with the America Project? Because somebody the other day was asking me a question about someone, and he said the first name, and I was like, I've never heard of that person. And I was looking and looking and looking, and I couldn't find anybody connected to the America Project with that name.
He probably was, because it's so incestuous, this group of people. It's scary. So back to Mike Lindell and Andrew Whitney, who are very close. Andrew Whitney was CEO of Phoenix Biotech. They had a drug. It's not really a drug. It's a supplement. If you guys remember this, called oleandrin. Do you guys remember hearing about oleandrin back in the day?
Yes.
I don't. I'm a little younger, though. I don't know how
Right,
back
so-
in the year.
So oleandrin was this new miracle cure for COVID.
Oh.
Right. And they were trying to get this vial of oleandrin in front of Trump to be the next sort of breakthrough COVID treatment. Oleandrin is a poison, right? Oleandrin can kill you. There was really no kind of peer-reviewed study on it, but they were trying to get it in front of the Trump administration. So you have Lindell and you have his close associate, Andrew Whitney. And then you have Doug Logan, you have Jim Penrose, and then you have General Flynn and Sidney Powell coming in and out of the property in South Carolina, Lynn's property, which I thought was.
What time? What month is this?
This is November 15th. It all started.
Oh God. Okay.
All right. My former employee shared with me some documents that were being passed around by this gang, and pretty much doing a step-by-step of how do we overturn this election, right? He became intimately involved, okay? And then he would just send me information. Much of what he sent me was in text messages and some files, and I remembered that information for later on. Fast forward to the end of November. My company was still doing all the email admin, was still doing everything related to his sort of networks and whatnot. So Doug Logan contacted me on the 23rd of November and said he is going to be taking over the network at Tamale. And I said, finally, right? I had told Lynn several times, Lynn, you got to find new providers for this stuff. We're not doing this for you anymore. And in about 2 days, I turned over that.
It's fine.
I turned over that network to Doug Logan, right? What I didn't like was if we fast forward to March, when Cyber Ninjas was going to become the company to do this, right? I knew right then this is not smart, right? This is going to destroy the credibility of the audit. Having a guy do it who spent a month and a half living on Lynn's property immediately after the election, especially with all these things going around. I mean, I was given an email where Lynn actually told Sydney that we need to make the, how do you say it? Like, we need to look like we're pursuing litigation. Ha. Like, he put a ha after it. Lynn was telling people, and Aaron would send me these and say, what's going on here, right? Because Lynn would say things like, I want you to get as many affidavits as you can, right? Accuracy is less important than volume, right?
Can I stop you there for a second so I
Yeah.
can explain something on our side of that? Okay, so whenever we started, we had some people that have been working on affidavits in other groups that joined our states too. And like me personally, I didn't really know a lot about them. I didn't want to ask anybody to make one or really mess with them because they're a legal binding document. I was like, me and the other owner was like, let's just get settled and then we'll figure it out. Because you got to remember, we had like 20 states, and then they kept going on Bannon saying we had all 50 states and we didn't. So they were kind of rushing us to pump out all these states with thousands of people. So we were trying to keep structure, and it was really hard. So anyways, the affidavits, we had several states where people came in there and they were supposedly have been working on these affidavits. So this is the first time that, again, the owner and I of the audit channel, we don't know this network of people. We don't know people that have already really been working on it. We're just kind of meeting people. We started out with the lady at the Arizona Watch. We watched cameras. And then this was, we were going to do, like, actually we were going to do working towards them, not she was going to do the cameras, and then we split because a lot of these people were working us against each other. So we ended up splitting, which we are friends now. But the affidavits, so we don't really know anybody involved in this stuff. So all of a sudden we get attacked by Dave Jose, and I'm like, who is Dave Jose? I have no idea. He's making YouTube videos about our channels, and he's saying that we popped out of nowhere and that we were blacklisting his name. Well, we didn't even have a bot to blacklist him from at the time. We hadn't even gotten it installed yet. So I was like, I don't even know what he's talking about. We were just saying some of the states weren't going to start them yet because they're legal documents, and we didn't want to just jump the gun on them. So I was like, I made a post and was like, we want to talk to Dave Jose and Josh Barnett, because I wanted to talk to them to see, what they were doing and see if we could use it, like we could work together. So they sent this guy who was like 20 years old to talk to me. And somebody that I had mentoring me actually put him in a group with me. And we were like, what is going on? So they would only talk to me if I went through that boy or if I went on their YouTube channel. And I was like, I'm not doing that. Like, why can't y'all just talk to me? So after that, it was like a war for like a week over these affidavits. And I was just like, I didn't even know who he was. I had no idea who him or Josh Barnett were. So, and neither did the other owner. We were both just kind of like, what is even going on right now? And then we had a problem in another state. A girl that worked with them with affidavits. And we're just trying to figure out like what is going on with these affidavits. So as time passes and we deal with them, and after the symposium and all this stuff, we finally figured out that the affidavits were being used as busy work. They were being used because we were actually doing things that were going to be effective, like the FOIAs, and we were building our own data and all kinds of stuff. And the affidavits, after talking to a few lawyers, they were kind of like, we felt it would be better to do affidavits after we found fraud or got affidavits from people that actually went through something while they were voting. We felt like that would hold more weight.
That's
And
what
I
you
didn't,
need.
yeah. And also, sidebar, they don't even have a law license. Like they don't even have legal degrees. And I'm like, I'm not about to use a legal document from somebody that's not a lawyer. So it was just like we were really raked over. Like the dude did 10 videos smashing me and our channels, calling us infiltrators, all this kinds of crazy crap. And I'm like, look, we didn't want to use affidavits. We didn't want to use them right off the bat unless they had already been used in certain states. That was it. It was nothing personal. It wasn't black hat crap. It was just, we don't just jump up and do legal documents. So it's now that whenever you said that about the affidavits, I'm like, that's where it started, was there, because we couldn't figure out who the heck started this affidavit thing.
Well,
It's so,
I'll tell you-
David, I apologize. This is for Publius. I'm in New Jersey. There was actually, it was more than that. So it was
Yeah, you have
directly
more experience.
associated. It was directly associated with the fundraising also. So there was fundraising going on at the affidavit signings. I picked up on what was transpiring very quickly, and I looked up in the New Jersey Law Journal and found out that the woman was claiming to be an attorney and had no law license. And as a paralegal, I have a responsibility to my members. I will not allow them to be taken advantage of.
right.
So I absolutely took her off our channel. That's a federal offense right there. You don't represent yourself as an attorney with no law license. So plus the fundraising issue, which there was money missing from various signings, it's completely inappropriate. And the thing that bothers me even more, and I'm sorry for Kyle, I would love the moment to pray over him and his family for that, but it appears to me that this following of the money and misuse of money and misallocation, it's consistent across the board,
That's
and
right.
it's appalling.
Mhm.
That was another thing too, was that
Thank you for that. I mean, I 100% agree with you. I saw this happening. So, I had worked with Lynn. I had worked with these personalities. And look, I'm not attacking Lindell, okay? I think there was some miscommunication that was that wasn't his fault. If he didn't mean to donate to Kyle, then he didn't mean to donate to Kyle. I'm not attacking him for that, right? I don't think Lindell's a bad guy. I think he had a lot of people telling him things that were not true, because why would they want to upset the boss, right? And I think he really got down the line with that. So I'm not attacking. I am attacking basically Lynn Wood because I feel like Lynn Wood was at the nexus of a lot of this stuff, especially with the affidavits. I mean, they had a draft affidavit created by a guy by the name of Brandon Castleberry. Brandon Castleberry happens to be one of the two principals in, I think it's LGL Consulting, which is one of the owners of the Krakenwood freaking nonsense that Lynn and Sydney started, right? So all these people are tied in and working together behind the scenes, right? He's not an attorney, but yet he's the one who's sort of sending out these affidavits. They're coming back, and then Doug Logan is organizing them, as many as he can. And these are the people who are going to be running the audit in Arizona. I mean, come on. What did they think was going to happen?
Yeah, and
So,
because this is the first time that, this has ever happened. So I feel like a lot of regular citizens, I mean, a lot of Arizona people were following it very closely, but a lot of us were like, whoa, an audit. And like, that's how I found out about it. I was just on Telegram and I saw the watch channel pop up and I was like, oh, yeah, that'd be cool to watch the audit. And so a lot of people didn't have any idea what was even going on to even be paying attention in the beginning of it. But
and there's
it
an
all,
opportunity. There was a wasted opportunity.
yeah, and the affidavits, the people that were doing the affidavits that were attacking us, they were charging for classes. And so I finally realized, I was like, they're mad because we're doing things for free. And people, what was happening is our admins that had done these affidavit classes, they were teaching other admins. We were just resourcing each other because we don't take any funds whatsoever. We have never taken a dime. We all of us have lost money from our jobs from not being able to spend time at our jobs because we're doing this. Like, people have lost spouses, people have lost a lot doing this because we are 100% volunteer. And that was what I was like, why are all these people attacking us? And they're like, because y'all are doing this for free and you're educating the population and the citizens on the laws and everything for free because we just use each other's expertise to do it.
But that is the kind of grassroots, I think, collective that should have happened, right? When the people who are speaking the loudest about election fraud, right, such as Lynn Wood and some of these other folks, like, you got to wonder what exactly is in it for them. And when they have this big meeting that takes place on his property, right, that any reasonable person would say none of these people should be associated with a full-scale forensic audit, right? I mean, sit down and have discussions. How do we do this? Let's take a group from your side, a group from our side, and we'll cross-audit each other. We'll audit each other's audit results. Like, we'll go back and forth. There's a way to do this, right? There was a way to do this that would make everybody feel comfortable in the process, right? But in true Lynn Wood fashion, I'm not saying he's the one who is responsible for it, but he likes to brute force things, right? Now, this is how important they felt their meeting in November was to cover up. In March, I talk about this all the time on the Lynn Wood Speaks Lies channel, because I go through the entire timeline of what happened. But this is what Lynn Wood did to me, because he wanted to cover this information up. And this is the most suspect part about it. In March of this year, Wendy spoke to the press about Lynn Wood, about she just wants an accounting, right? And he won't give it to her, and she's got no idea how much was raised. Lynn then started screaming about me being a fraud. He said I was like dishonorably discharged from the military, which is a lie. He said I stole money from a charity, which is a lie. He said I had a drug addiction, which is a lie. He lied across the board, demonstrably false, right? Like, I literally posted my DD-214. I literally posted like, these are strict lies, period. And he kept it up because he wanted to silence me. So he talked to the press, to Law and Crime, and he's like, oh, no, you can't listen to anything. He's under investigation for hacking Fight Back. Okay. One, I could never hack Fight Back, right? Like, why would I?
It's always a hack.
I hacked Fight Back, right? All I did was share text messages sent to me, but it was very suspect. Well, fast forward to April, I started a Twitter account and I exposed this. I said, Doug Logan, Jim Penrose, all these people were on Lynn's property. And I gave the text messages from Aaron, who was telling me about all these people coming to Lynn's property. That's all I had. I just had text messages from my employee who told me who was coming into the property and what they were doing, right? one of what they were doing was they had a video call with Ron Watkins twice. Actually, the first one he got, I guess, weirdly spooked out, so he had to call back from some other computer, right? But Aaron's telling me this stuff, and they're just about to sign the contract with Cyber Ninjas. And I figured this was the last shot to try to change this, because this is going to destroy and discredit the audit, right? This information will come out that they had this meeting and they planned this whole thing. They will get subpoenaed for their communications. It's going to happen. And anything that comes out of this audit is going to be destroyed.
What did
So
you say they met with Ron about?
All these guys, every one of them got on a video call with Ron Watkins on November 15th.
What was he included for?
You telling me?
That
So-
that is strange.
So
But
I posted this on
Yeah.
my Twitter. I'm sorry, go ahead, Kelly.
I was just telling her I did tell you that. Like
You did tell
I
me that?
well, not that specific thing, but I know some other stuff.
Oh, okay.
So I gave it to a company, a media organization called Talking Points Memo. The text. I said, here, like, this is going on, hoping somebody somewhere would be like, okay, hold on, right? Like, this is not cool. What is going on? Like, and what do? I think Doug's a nice guy. I turned over for him, and I actually had Doug like tell me, hey, I'm going to try to get you paid, because obviously Lynn didn't pay my final invoices for my company, right? That's just what he does. He doesn't pay invoices all the time. But he was nice. I thought Doug was nice enough. I didn't want to throw Doug under the bus. I just knew what was going to happen with this audit if this kind of information was to come out later on, right? So what does Lynn Wood do? And this will blow your mind. Lynn Wood files a false police report, okay? The guy who supposedly was the one who filed it has actually told me he never filed it, period. And he alleges that I hacked Fight Back, okay? Which is weird because he went to his own small town police department, okay? Fight Back, even if I did hack Fight Back is located in Texas. And Kelly, I'm sure you can attest to this. Let's just say that I was in Georgia and I hacked Fight Back, right? Fight Back is based in Texas. If I'm not in Georgia, there is no jurisdiction, right? Period. I didn't hack Fight Back. I wasn't in Georgia. And but that didn't stop him from going to a small town police department, filing a false police report. And then he actually got a warrant for my arrest, supposedly. Nobody has seen the warrant. Got a warrant for my arrest. When Talking Points Memo called him for comment on the 14th, he said he couldn't talk to them, right? On the morning of the 15th, he gets I guess, arrest warrant for me for hacking. He uses that arrest warrant and tells the Talking Points Memo reporter and editor, screaming at them, saying, if you publish anything that Dave Hancock gave you, he got it from fruits of a crime, right? And they were going to still run with it, but they gave Lynn the opportunity to go on the record that Doug Logan was in fact there, right? And this came from Talking Points Memo. Lynn threatened them just like he did with the New Yorker. And so that was the first time that anybody heard that Doug Logan and Lynn Wood had a relationship. Lynn lied and stated that they were working on election fraud, but they weren't working with Lynn. Well, that's a lie. Okay. They were working directly with Lynn. So much so that your guys like your Jim Penrose and your Doug Logan, they were communicating behind the Fight Back domain, right? They wanted to keep their communications behind one domain so as the public wouldn't find out about just the kind of work that they were doing together, right? So Lynn gets some arrest warrant, and then everybody is calling him. God bless everybody at Linwood Speaks Lies, because everybody's saying, hey, Lynn, you're slandering Dave. What evidence do you have? Where's this arrest warrant? He gets a letter sent to him from the town police chief that says David Hancock has an arrest warrant. Right? Just some personal letter from the police chief that he posts all over his Telegram. And interestingly enough, I called that police department twice and I asked them, is there an investigation on me? Is there a warrant? Is there? No, can't find anything, nothing. So I get my lawyers involved, they get over there, and that is still ongoing. But needless to say, once my lawyers got involved, the warrant was revoked, the case was thrown away, but we have still not been provided a single document relating to our request from the Yemassee Police Department, from our FOIAs. So something strange is going on down there in Yemassee. But my point is, Lynn wanted to shut me up so bad that he defamed me for months and actually had a arrest warrant taken out that I believe he paid for. I believe he contributed to this police chief's sheriff run, just to keep the information quiet that Doug Logan and all these people, yes, were on his property for a month. So
Can I
I'll
ask
leave
you a
it.
question about, so we all traced, the Stop the Steal stuff to Ali Akbar. So we know that Lynn was like big into that. Can you explain that relationship at all?
The whole stop the steal stuff.
Yeah, because that was traced to that Ali Akbar guy who,
Yeah. Oh, I mean, they were all in on it together, right? Like,
how did they know each other though? Like, how do they all meet each other?
I think
Yeah,
they
I
all.
go political stuff.
I'm
What?
sorry.
I was just saying that's all political stuff. So they're all tied together just from different politicians, and that's where politicians are going to end up getting their hands dirty because they were the ones that initiated and funded a lot of this clown show that we watch now.
So we can FOIA that, right?
No, because these are all private organizations and this was done with their personal gains. So the whole point is the reason why they're having us chase our tails instead of actually standing up and being like, hey, yo, we're the people, we get to, have some say here. We're all focused on what they're doing, and they're really working for the establishment, which is red and blue together, to make sure that their game stays in play, which is why they're still passing and not even afraid to pass this whatever last $1 trillion bill that they're debating, is because they know our attention is focused on where they're misdirecting us.
That's right. It's 100% right. Because look, you can sit down. I think you can sit down across the table with somebody with opposite political views, and you can come up with a adequate solution, right? What's not a adequate solution is to have everybody who's pushing the election fraud thing actually be working behind the scenes together, right? And I'll give you the example of that, right? Like people like Mary Fanning. She was getting information from General McInerney, and Mary Fanning was pushing that information to Sidney Powell and to Linwood, right?
Cue Josh. I don't know if he can talk or not, but I just unmuted him again. He was making some noise earlier. He didn't know he was, so I muted him.
Yeah, there he is.
Yeah, I was actually gonna talk about the whole Ron Watkins thing because, like after the 4th, I was already starting to deal with Ron. We had sort of formed like background cell groups. So like when you look at through my affidavits, what was happening was I was taking a conglomeration of 5, 10 guys building separate teams. So I was doing division of labor because I was bitching saying, hey, I need to get this stuff freaking situated with everybody. So we had background cell groups, and Ron was helping with the information. Now, granted, at this time, I wasn't in direct comms with anybody because I was still concerned that since Sydney was part of the investigation having to do with Flynn, that she may still be under a FISA. So up until March or April, I did not allow direct comms with her or anyone within those spheres because your FISA warrant, of course, NSA is allowed to go 1 degree of separation CONUS, 3 degrees of separation OCONUS. So I had to be really cognizant of that. But Ron was sort of helping. We had, you know, other than guys like Garrett Ziegler and others who were inside the White House who were helping, we also had interns and other people in the White House who were helping us as well, which some of them, of course, got mad whenever I publicly said, hey, this guy was helping. But I think it needed to be known because you had key people inside the administration that were working against and key people who were working with. And I think people needed to know who those key players were because we knew Cipollone was boxing Trump in. Trump didn't know what was going on the entire time. I found out from Bernie Carrick that Trump did not know about our investigations into election fraud until about the 6th or the 7th. And Trump got so mad he threw a table across the room he was in. And I heard it because I was talking to Bernie Carrick when it happened, and I was talking to another intern that was working in the White House at the time. And then once, like y'all are talking about with this stuff that happened in November, and they're having these background meetings, Russ was really the key, one of the key figures who was also, from my understanding, I don't know, David, if you knew if Russ was at the compound, but Russ told me he was at the compound.
Yeah, I mean, they were communicating free as a bird, right? I mean, all these guys talking back and forth. Some of the guys were talking from Proton Mail. Some of the other guys were talking.
Wicker.
I mean, Seth Cashell's wife had a fight back email, right?
Right, and she still works for Sydney.
She still works for Sydney. So
Okay.
Everybody had gotten together to kind of plan this. And as it relates to Sullivan Strickler, as it relates to Allied Operations Group, they were all talking and they were all actively planning what to do. And so when they did the audit in Antrim County, and I think you could speak better to this, that was Doug Logan as an expert. And another one of the experts was
Conan and Todd. Conan and Todd. Yep. Former surfer. I still laugh when Patrick goes on about how he's, weaponized autist. I'm like, that dude's a fucking script. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cuss. That dude's a freaking script kiddie. I watched him when we were at the.
I'm
my
sorry,
apologies.
Josh. How did
Yeah.
these people become affiliated, and how did they get tied in with this audit? Walk me through who introduced whom to whom.
So Russ is the one who, whenever the Arizona audit came up, Russ submitted 4 company names to the legislature in Arizona, along with Waldron, because Waldron and Russ were the ones who were guiding the Arizona legislature through who was going to be doing the audit. So they submitted 4 company names, and they ended up picking Cyber Ninjas. But Doug Logan was already in this sort of, he was distancing himself from Russ because Russ was mad that they wouldn't, Sydney and Russ both were mad at Logan because he never gave them the Antrim analysis, which is a forensic analyst on a computer system. They're supposed to have used a program called Encase, and by court standards, it is a 30-day process to do a proper forensic analysis on a computer. And those three gentlemen took 6 days to do the ant rim analysis, which Russ at the end of it ended up signing his name onto that, even though he had no dealings with it whatsoever. But they pushed Cypher, they pushed Cyber Ninjas, and I can't think of the two other companies off of the top of my head. But the company that Russ actually wanted that would have worked specifically with him was, of course, not one of the ones that were picked. And
Can we clarify too that I don't think so? Trump was angry, but Trump was not a part of this. Trump was very misled by a lot of people, and a lot of people that were trying to help Trump were stonewalled, and that's correct, right?
Okay,
correct.
I'm
Let
gonna
Kellye-
back this up.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna back this up a little bit, Josh, because I don't know. I mean, I don't think everybody understands where this started. So Josh actually worked for ASOG back, what, 2019, 2020, somewhere in there?
I started working for them September 2017 as the vice president of cyber
Oh, yeah.
operations.
Okay, so you went back that far. But I know in 2018, 2019, they started making a circuit, is pretty much what I understand from Laura Presley. And they started selling, basically, I think it was kind of a grift that started after the election with Clinton, and she was going around screaming and yelling. And there were a lot of bills that were introduced in Congress during that time frame talking about all these cyber issues. And they never passed, by the way. There's tons of them that are in there. And so I know that ASOG and basically Josh and Sidney Powell started fundraising in Texas back then. So
No, I never fundraised. All of
okay,
them.
you didn't fundraise, you were working.
Russ has made so far over $15 million, as well as Sydney, through all of this, and I've
Very good.
actually had no more ties with them since July.
Well, no, but they were actually fundraising back years ago, because I've talked to people who were donors of them who had issues after the election challenge. They wanted to know what they were fundraising for all these years, if they were just because they had all this time to plan, right? So
Right.
basically, if everybody recalls, back in July, August of 2020, you heard about the Democrats and all of them like wargaming this election. Well, Trump had an election strike force team too. And it was made up of basically people who had just gained access to him or to his team. I won't actually say they gained access to him at that time, but it was people who were trying to gain access. And there were multiple factions involved. And basically, as we came into November, and I picked up in November 3rd, I was there for kind of some of the conference calls that were just a lot of drama and infighting, because what they were doing was pushing out the people that probably in hindsight now were actually the good guys. And what they created was a team that was basically a bunch of people that were just fundraising. And I have to say this just because this is my irritation with the entire process, is that back in November, I'm in Detroit, I'm gathering evidence, I'm sending it to everyone. And when they're filing stuff, none of it's coming out. Like, we literally hijacked the hotline from the RNC because the RNC was throwing Trump under the bus. And so we literally, a group of us took it over. We were keeping all the states going. Like, we were starting to communicate with other states to make sure that we all had a flow through mechanism to organize it. And when they started filing, it was all garbage. Like, all of the good information of fraud got cast aside, like from day one. And so that was where I really realized at the very beginning that this was something else.
And they knew it.
Kelly,
And
sorry.
they knew it. And they knew it. You know how Lynn told Judge Parker he had nothing to do with any of the lawsuits up in Michigan? That was a blatant lie.
Exactly. Exactly,
Blake.
because we were communicating with that team too. That's what I'm saying. I knew they were botching everything because anything that was filed, I don't even know where that stuff came from. And we're sitting on hundreds, thousands of affidavits of people actually witnessing or having conversations about fake ballots. I mean, we had full admissions in Michigan basically that never got to the surface. I still don't know.
So
And
Kelly, can I just walk this back for 1 second? This is for Publius again in New Jersey. So what I'm hearing you say is what they have done is the very same thing that we know CTCL did.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
exactly.
Exactly the same.
Exactly.
Under a different name and a different guise, but they have done exactly
Wait.
the same thing.
What was the name of this? I'm trying to
The
keep
Center
up with
for
all
Tech
this.
and Civic Life.
Yep.
So
And
I know
here
that
we are,
CTC
angry
I know
with
that
them.
CTC but what name did they use?
They
All
knew
these orgs.
all of these
Pick one.
organizations, and
So they did
Linwood
the
is
same
right along
thing-
with them.
So
They
did
laundered the
same
money.
thing that Zuckerberg did.
Yes.
Okay. That's
Yes.
what I thought.
And that's what they're doing. So getting back to someone had referenced Mary Fanning and Dennis Montgomery. Okay, so and I know Josh knows this, but I was contacted by Sheriff Arapaio because they tried to take down Sheriff Arapaio with the honeypot out of Arizona a while back using the same scam that Lindell is still pushing. And it's been, I mean, I mean, he's facing charges for this stuff. And yet they've cleaned up his history, swept it all under the rug, hidden all of it, and they're
Bought
still
him a house.
pushing these people that basically have already run this scam before.
Yeah,
100
and the bad part is, you know, when everybody tried specifying, like all of us in the red team tried specifying what we saw, Lindell like violently lashed out at us because he just did not want to hear it. It was an in for a penny, in for a pound situation that he had put himself into. And, you know, to a certain degree, I had to fall on the proverbial sword because nobody else in the group had the freaking intestinal fortitude to stand up to Lindell, not even his own attorney. Freaking Kurt Olson, which I was shocked because Kurt Olson supposedly worked for Trump. But I'm sitting there watching Lindell punk him like a little school. It was crazy.
So we have had 50 states across the nation training ourselves, one anothering our members to teach them and have them put their fingers on the truth by unearthing FOIA request after FOIA request. And we're still being used by the left and the right and everywhere in between. And no one has the fortitude to stand by we the people. What is wrong with these people?
That would be the three of us that have been hanging. Well, actually, four of us now. That would be those of us that have figured this out and have been completely and totally silenced and suppressed.
And threatened multiple times.
threatened.
Our lives, our cyber, everything has been threatened.
So if anybody's wondering how did Lynn Wood get tied up in this? Well, a little known fact is Lynn Wood and Mike Flynn have been texting buddies since all the way back in March of 2020. Lynn Wood used to always talk about, you know, baby eating this, baby eating that. He was heavily swamped up in all that stuff. Our idea, baby eating, you know, the whole baby satanic baby eating stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. He was saying that all the way back in March. You know, what I was hoping for once we gave our final report on the audits of his devices and his network and et cetera, and just got him comfortable and safe, that would sort of help him, right? Because at the time he was saying things like the Elon Musk trial was a setup, that the jury was fixed, his law partners were fixed, all this other stuff was fixed. And I saw a man who was hurting, right? Like I saw somebody who was having some issues. I just figured if we could give him a secure environment, that some of that stuff would pass by. And it just kept getting worse, right? I mean, there's times when I mean, he said to me one time, I couldn't believe he said it, and I asked him not to say it. But like, he thought that Mark Zuckerberg and Peter Thiel and all these other people, Steve Wynn, were using subliminal messaging through Facebook to convince his kids to have him go see a psychiatrist, so then the deep state could use that to prevent him from being the next Chief Justice of the United States. Like just this off the wall, just stuff that can't even happen, right? But that's what was going on. And I don't mean to say it to knock Lynn down. I'm not trying to. Like when I met him, I was starstruck. I was like, wow, this is Lynn Wood. Holy cow, this is Lynn Wood, right? Like, and so I really wanted to help him and make him feel secure. And when he started talking about the final harvest and he started talking about all this other stuff, and then I saw the way that he treated people who used to work for him, right? He's just accusing people of stealing his data. He's accusing people of like working for the CIA. I mean, just
which is the same exact thing they have all accused me, and they have accused all of us of being agents. I mean, agents get paid, and let me tell you, I'm not getting paid, and neither is anybody else in this organization. We are not getting paid, and I have spent over 1,600 hours since the Arizona audit started doing this crap.
right.
And I will like crack too, because it's like I did the same thing. Like, I mean, I was there for the 6th, and I saw that it was very scripted and manufactured and obviously some type of operation. And I mean, I felt sorry for all these people. So like I mean, yeah, it's crazy because there's those of us that have completely driven ourselves almost broke trying to fight a battle that we're going to get squeezed out of, and nobody can handle the truth really, because it's hard. And I get it's hard because I did the same thing. I'm like, wow, look at me. I'm providing affidavits for the Trump team, and then to realize that they're sabotaging all of it is just, it's really hard to grasp and deal with. And so I know it's hard
Because
for
they get the
everybody
money.
who's listening.
They get the money, right? They get the money. I mean, look at Clements, right? Like, where did he come from? Right? He comes out of nowhere. $280,000 raised on GoFundMe.
I think I figured out hold on a second. I think I figured out the connection there because I was looking into I don't know, somebody had shared a video of Tracy Beans, and I think she's either from South Carolina or she ran in South Carolina, and that's where Clements is originally from, is South Carolina.
Yeah, and Tracy Beans, I mean, when you talk about the Q stuff, Tracy Beans goes all the way back to the beginning.
She's Flynn's admin on Telegram.
She's Flynn's admin, yeah. So this whole thing has been wrapped up in this solid grift, right? All these organizations are 501 Charlie 4, so they're not going to disclose. I mean, Lynn and Fightback he tells people that they did what they had to do, but they didn't, right? They asked for an extension to file their annual 990, so they don't have to reveal how much was brought in donations, right? And I think you're going to get the same treatment out of DTR and some of these other associations, because they don't need, by the letter of the law, to say exactly who donated. They're supposed to reveal their finances, but they can kick the can down the road for 3 years, right? And by the time they actually do, this stuff's going to be long overdue. It's going to be long past. People will be thinking about 2024. So that was the most concerning, because if we just came together and sat down and had conversations and said, okay, how do we do this where both sides feel comfortable, right? Don't put polarized people with biases already built in to run a forensic audit of 2.1 million ballots. There's too many opportunities for attack, and everybody should have known that. Everybody should have known that, right? It was a disservice to we the people to push that as the solution, in my opinion. But they
Well,
controlled it. They controlled it. They had a puppet. They had a puppet there. They controlled it. They'd get inside information, and they'd be able to use that to fundraise.
who's the
Period.
puppet? Do we
So-
know?
so-
Doug Logan.
Well, how does Shelby Bush is Josh Barnett's campaign manager, and Shelby Bush is directly tied to Waldron, and Garrett Ziegler is tied in there too. So, one time when I was on the Watch channel, this lady came in and she was like, I need to talk to somebody. I'm a flight attendant. I overheard some things. So I immediately talked to the lady. She overheard a guy like bragging about being flown to the audit to count ballots from Philadelphia. And some lawyer was paying him. And I was like, what? Nobody from only Maricopa is supposed to be there except for the Cyber Ninjas team. And she was like, well, I got his name and everything because she signed up to volunteer and they told her she couldn't do it. And so then whenever she heard that, she was mad. Like, she was like, I'll risk my whole job because this is ridiculous. So I turned it in, and Jovan actually, a few weeks ago, we were on a Zoom, and he was talking about how he handled that and reported it, and they got the guy out. I looked him up on Facebook so we could figure out what he looked like and everything. And he said that they got that guy out. Supposedly, they never told me. But anyways, so I didn't know who was paying this guy. I looked, he had a lawyer from Texas that he was friends with on Facebook, but I couldn't find any direct ties. So that's the problem here is there's all these lawyers are involved, and it's like Kellye is the first person that I have met in this that is told the truth to me and told like we've had the same experiences but different, because I'm more on the tech side, because my experience has all been in Telegram, as to where hers has been actually with these people in real life. I mean, I've talked to them in real life and worked with them, but not like they were working real time on the election. So it's like all of us have come together and put all these missing pieces together. And then the Audit Watch lady, she's on here too as well. And, she is actually from Arizona, and she knew a lot of the people running the Arizona stuff. So once we put all this together, and then all of this stuff that you've been saying, it's just like crazy how it's all like clipping in like the perfect puzzle. It's just crazy.
It's mind blowing. So, I mean, that guy Andrew Whitney, the document he produced that was sent around, Aaron sent that to me, right? And it's like a step-by-step readout of how things have been going, right? I mean, they even made documents to send to the Office of the Presidency, giving Russ Ramsland and some of these other organizations by presidential order full access to all these ballots and everything, right? Like they were pushing all this crazy stuff, and they were getting things sent to them, and they were having like discussions about how to not expose or not reveal something or hide something. Like, these are the conversations they're having together, right? This is not good. Look, was there some level of fraud? Yeah, absolutely. Okay. But my problem is when you got people like Lynn going out there and claiming that there's this algorithmic shift that will prevent. I mean, Lynn just said on a podcast yesterday, I think he said that like the Republicans could have gotten a million votes in Georgia, and the Democrats would get 1,000,001 votes, right? Look, somebody reasonable would say, let's get everybody out hugely, and everybody should vote, right? Let's get lines of Republican red going down the street, freaking turn in an alley and come all the way back. Because then that algorithmic shift, it'll be much more apparent, right? I mean, you could literally say every single freaking Republican voter voted and only half a Democrat. So how did they win, right? By telling people to stay home, we lost that. We completely lost that option, right? And now we know that there was no algorithmic shift, right? Lynn didn't care. He went on there. He gets very excited. If people are cheering him on, I mean, everybody's seen him, right? He gets in the moment. And he told people to stay home. And Trump tried to fix it, but it was too late. What, 600,000 Republicans stayed home, right? And now that gave the entire government to the Democrats, right? There was no stopgap. There was nobody who could pull sanity checks from the Republican side, right? Think about all the committees that we lost because we lost the Senate. He didn't think about the strategy of it. And you might think like Kelly Loeffler's a rhino and whatever. The fact is he said it, people stayed home, and ours lost the Senate, period. Right?
I do want to add for Georgia, just so y'all know, on the Senate race. So ASOG, and I'm one of
Can
the
you
guys.
please tell people who that is, because y'all keep saying ASOG and people are asking
Allied. Okay, so that's the Russ Ramsland connection is ASOG.
and Phil
And
Waldron.
so Phil Waldron. So one of the guys who works for ASOG got intoxicated and started blabbing his mouth, and basically exposed that the deal was in Georgia that they were going to, and this is the rhinos, this is the Democrats, this is why I say it's a uniparty at the top. It's the establishment, is because like the rhinos basically gave what the deal was is those 2 Senate seats were to go to the Republicans for Trump. So that was the deal that was made in Georgia. Stacey Abrams actually screwed them. And so they gave Georgia to Biden and they stole the 2 Senate seats. So that was the double cross. And everything that they were fighting for initially, like the reason they continued to fundraise and do all of this was because their goal was to get Georgia exposed because of those 2 Senate seats. It really didn't have so much to do with anything else other than just to show the fraud in Georgia. But then this is where the people kind of came in play, is because everybody did get teed up and everybody did want a resolution. So then they started pushing out busy work and all of that stuff. And then Arizona's got its own ties to some other stuff, but that's why you see so much action there and why you've seen so much emphasis on those 2 was because both of those are ones that they thought they could manage and control.
So they made a deal to choose the election in Georgia, and then Stacey Abrams ended up undercutting them. So then they were like, okay, well, we're going to try to do the audit because you didn't do what we decided on our election that we're supposed to elect people.
So I'm going to go back to what I had said before, and I will say it again. I don't care about political patty cake. I don't care about political posturing, and I sure do not care about them furthering their office. I care about the Constitution and we the people. So, with all due respect to Kyle Rittenhouse, and again, I will be happy to pray with him. I feel badly for what transpired, but we the people are the victims in this game. And the Constitution was walked and tromped all over. So,
Correct.
what is the corrective action to fix this shit show? Excuse my language, but I'm
She never
about done.
cusses.
This is not funny.
I
This is
know.
disgusting.
Yeah, and this
The
is what I've been
founders,
trying to post on the channel, and I know it's hard to it's so hard to tell people and all of you guys what we have actually been through behind the scenes, like the psyops that have been run on us. But you got to think we the people, we're not paid, and we're also one thing that has been left out of this that needs to be added is narrative propaganda. Everything that is corrupt and is used against us with propaganda media. So both sides use it. This entire audit situation has been nothing but propaganda, pushing dates. This is going to happen. This is going to happen. You know, it's all been propaganda. And that's why they form these, I call them circle jerks. And you'll see all of them share the same stuff, and they just sit there and they insulate one another on Telegram. So, you know, if you're only following a few things, you just keep seeing the same crap over and over. It's Mockingbird Media, but it's on the Republicans or all the people on Telegram. And I firmly believe that there was a deal made with big tech, and they isolated us over here on purpose so we would all be in one place and that we wouldn't be on Twitter. So that exodus off of Twitter, they weren't just censoring conservatives. That was a master plan. I don't have anything to back that up, but because of everything that we're finding, it makes complete and total sense. There's not sides to this. This is we the people versus the globalists. That's all there is. And I've been saying that the entire time I have been on this channel. Our other owner, we always have been here for the people. That's why we don't have our pictures on anything, because we don't want to be the face of it. We've done one interview and our faces were not shown because we do not care to be the face of this. I don't want to be famous. I just want to fix my country because I have children. So the narrative propaganda is what is pushed whenever people victimize themselves, whenever people like, I lost this, so I need $500,000. No, you don't. No person needs $500,000 to live off of. So that's what you have to understand is it's the propaganda. They create chaos. They get us all worked up, and then they have the solution. And then they make money off of the solution. They create the problems and they profit off of the solutions. And that's how it works with every single setup. Same thing with 1-6. They created that problem. All of them. That was not just Antifa. That was all of them. And now they're
Yep.
profiting off of the prisoners.
So
All of them.
Kellye, I'm sorry to walk on you, Lulu.
No, I'm
Kellye, if I may ask you, just point blank matter of fact, we are working on 7 points of evidence. They're very distinct, very precise 7 points of evidence. It puts the fingerprints of human beings together, working diligently to unearth those documents, those evidence points. They own, literally, they own what they have unearthed. It's not someone telling them the truth. They actually put their fingerprint on it. What else can be done other than the truth that will actually prove unequivocally what has transpired?
Okay, so I actually filed a case. I have one. I did it as a whistleblower because when I was in Michigan, the location was unsecure. I saw igloo coolers, like the giant ones, being rolled in, suitcases. I saw all kinds of stuff. I recorded it. And so I had all of that evidence. So I actually filed a whistleblower case in the U.S. Supreme Court against all 50 states because in this election, under the COVID narrative, they changed and modified the law to allow for fraud to occur. What I know from every state that I have touched, which is all of the contested ones plus about 3, I know because we were gathering evidence in all of them at the very beginning because we were manning the hotline. And we literally found out that it was always done with these excess ballots. You know, they went on this whole, and that's what pissed me off at Sydney at the very beginning, was she went off on this, got everybody caught up in the machines, but it was always the ballots. And what that did was bought them time to make sure they could do a count and make sure their numbers added up. And we knew that from day one. So the things that I know that we can defeat is going to be the ballots, because those ballots are going to look like crap like they did in Arizona. And you're going to have, I mean, like obvious where they had to duplicate or they brought them in or something's wrong with them. You've got the ballots. I believe off of several witnesses that I've talked to, and the stories are the same, it seems, in every jurisdiction, is that every machine, when it was flipped on the morning of the election, had already a protected amount of ballots on it. That number fluctuated throughout the election, but it never matched on a lot of machines. It never matched the number that they were scanning. It was always greater than. So I don't know if that's
I want to
algorithms.
say too, Kelly, that what you're saying with the ballots, that's exactly in Texas when we started. That's exactly what we found with the early vote. And whenever we got a hold of some emails between some elections coordinators, basically what was happening was that they had mailed out all these ballots, and when people went to vote, they were like, I don't want to do mail-in voting. And instead of canceling the mail-in votes, they were double voting. So in Texas,
Correct.
our early vote was literally double what it always is. And we're historically the third to last in early vote. So if you go back and research, this is important to remember, because all this foreign interference crap, it's important to go back and figure out where that started. It did not start with Trump. And if it did, if Trump ever said anything about it, he was talking about ballots. He was never, ever talking about machines being hacked. That was a narrative, propaganda narrative that was started by McCartney and Sidney and all of them. They started that China crap.
That's not true.
No,
Who?
it came out of the election out of Clinton.
No,
Who?
because I'm the person who wrote all the information on
But
it because I pin
Trump was
tested.
saying the ballots is what the mail-in ballots is what they were going to use to manipulate everything.
Right, but if you look at the October CISA document that they call the Iran memo, it talks about how Eshayun, which is an Iranian APT team, was found going into a company called 10X. 10X
Oh, okay. Yeah, I
operates
forgot
the
about that.
poll
Sorry.
pads. I had cataloged at the midterms, we found that 10X had such a bad system. Their CISA, their main IT guy, was saving passwords and text files throughout the server. So every time you hit a gate, if I needed to go into that gate, there was a text file that gave me the password. His main admin password to get into the voter roll for in all of Florida was green 37. And the password to get into the training for all of the poll workers was pink. So you had 10X, and 10X also did the voter rolls here in Texas at midterms. And so when I was at ASOG and we were still working on everything within that, we actually had a politician from over in Dallas who was supposed to be doing this big unveiling of new 10X poll pads. And I was working on a plan because I could get into not just the 10X system, but remotely I could get into the Texas voter rolls, because who ran the Dallas County Texas voter rolls? Clarity Elections, which was Seidel. And those systems were unsecured. This was before they moved everything over to AWS, which AWS is not secure. I'm one of the investigators who worked for, when I was at ASOG, we helped Oracle put out the report that was given to the Pentagon to get AWS kicked out of the JEDI program, because that system was required by the Chinese Communist Party to have access into every container within the AWS world. So right now, your entire election system exists in AWS, and they don't even need to hack it now, because if you look, Eric Coomer sold the command and control system for all of Dominion's systems to Jeff Bezos. So now Amazon has the entire command and control system over the elections within their holdings. So when I was at ASOG and we were investigating 10X and these other organizations, we found all of these security problems, and we started finding. I used a simple website called RobTex. If you look at my affidavits, the way I made them was I made them to where John Q. Public could do it. I didn't use a piece of software you'd have to spend thousands of dollars for, like Burp Suite or anything like that. And in RobTex, whenever I could look through those background system infrastructures, I could look at the SSL certificates, I could map their entire network and see what it was doing. And companies like Edison Research and Dominion, you could start seeing interconnections into foreign systems. And so my initial affidavits were specifically targeted towards specifying that, because of Trump writing Executive Order 13848, because 13848 had to do with foreign interference in the elections, and if it was found, then it would become a whole of government approach. That's why later you would see Pompeo and Navarro write the reports that they had. But the problem was the IC was not tracking it as they specified they were supposed to be, because if they totally missed the background interconnect from Belgrade, Serbia, which, not for nothing, in 2016, I have images and emails and evidence that Hunter Biden went and met with officials from Dominion in Belgrade, Serbia, or Belgrade, Serbia. So he went and met with him. I have pictures of him in Belgrade. And then not shortly after that, that's when UBS Bank, who was already under investigation by the U.S. State Department and other organizations, put in $400 million into Staple Street Capital, which owned Dominion. And then on top of all of that, some of the other things that I cataloged, you had guys like Andy Huang, who used to work for China Telecom. And China Telecom is banned by the U.S. State Department from operating within the United States. So their main system architect for Dominion, that's operating in Toronto, worked for the CCP. And one of the other caveats that I found was there was a website called DominionVotingSystems.com. And when you map out that website, it is part of the Great Wall of China, because China copies every website in the world, and then they put it on their servers, and if the Chinese people try and go and look at it, they see what the Communist Party approved version of that website is. So when you go to DominionVotingSystems.com on RobTex, and you can start to look to that system architecture, it's an exact clone, but with Chinese servers. So I've got, and that's where, when you look at some of the data coming from Mary Fanning and that 6.5 V file and a lot of the stuff that Lindell was trying to pimp out for Scorecard, what it was they were capturing all of this background information and trying to reverse engineer it to make it look like something that Montgomery was propitiating.
Josh, are you able to show any of this? Some people are asking if you're able to show any of these documents.
Yes, I have all the files. What I will do is I will set this up. I have it on a drive, and I will post that drive in this group so everyone can, because I literally have hundreds, if not thousands, of files cataloging this for the past 3 years, and not just my affidavits, or like, I knew I was going to be speaking to an audience of lawyers and attorneys and people who know F all about computers. So I knew I had to like break it down Barney style.
Okay, I want to
Also,
add one more.
Hold on 1 second. Is 10X the same 10X that Clinton's connected to?
Yes.
Look,
Okay, so I
everybody's
want,
like, good Lord, this guy's in the know. Yeah, he is in the know. That's why I got silenced.
so I need to add one more thing to Josh, because Josh brought up the very, very greatest point that I was going to make sure everybody was aware of. So you have Mary Fanning, Dennis Montgomery behind the Lindell thing. Mary Fanning is married to an attorney, and I'm not going to give his name because he'll be blowing me up with the man letters again.
But it's not just. But it's not just behind the Lindell thing.
Oh yeah, no, that's true. It was behind. Yeah, it was behind Sidney Powell too. You're right.
All
This is
the
the Hammer
first
scorecard.
information was like literally sent to Andrew Whitney, and then he created this this massive data file. And believe it or not, I mean, Dr. Shiva himself too was given access to this file, and they even had a data agreement on this stuff. And I think a lot of this file was what was passed on to Lindell as being the master hacking file. So,
but I have to tell y'all the greatest, most craziest connections. So Mary Fanning is married to a gentleman who works for Kirkland Ellis, who is an attorney out of Chicago, or a law firm out of Chicago. Kirkland Ellis also has, well, after Obama was done, one of his attorneys at the White House, I can't think of what their actual term is, but anyway, he goes straight over to Kirkland Ellis. When, what was the, anyway, I know who this is, but Bill Barr comes out of there and comes out of Kirkland Ellis, goes straight into DC. So you've got a firm that's got Obama tied, Mary Fanning Tide. Oh, they're also the firm that handled the Dominion acquisition and merger, or the purchase from, Josh, what's the name of the company?
You're talking about Premier after Diebold turned into Premier, and then
Yes.
ES&S tried to buy them.
Yes. So they handled the purchase. So Kirkland Ellis handled it for, was it Capital? I always mess this one up. Capital Street, or is it Street Capital Investments? There we go.
Staple Street Capital.
Staple Street. There we go. So Staple Street, all of those ties come to Kirkland Ellis, which goes straight to Bill Barr. That's what everybody needs to understand.
And here's the even crazier part. In midterms, whenever because I worked on the Pete Sessions case. Yes, I know, Salty. We were in the boardroom with Pete, and he calls up to Bill Barr to get some face-to-face time. He was going to take me, and we were going to sit and have face-to-face time so I could brief him over everything. And he agreed. And then 15 minutes later, his chief of staff calls back and says, "Oh, you need to go and meet with the local U.S. attorney." So,
and I also need to add too that, so what you were referring to as to the e-poll books with the 10X and all of that. So that's the issue. None of those electronic poll books are certified, and that's where they can manipulate the voters registration or the poll, like who we've got actually registered, so that as you're checking in, they're pulling data from God knows where. So those are kind of in my mind, those are the issues, because that's where they're getting the increased voter rolls so that they can increase their ballots. It's not really the machine. So they were misdirecting us to Dominion One, because all of these machines do the same thing. All of them are always connected to the internet, whether they want to say they're not or they are. They can, and they have been, and they will be. And even in the next new standards that they're about to adopt out of the EAC, which is the federal group, those standards still allow for them to be connected to the internet. So all of that was gamesmanship. Everything about the machines, pretty much all of them, ES&S, Hart Civic, Dominion, all of them, they do the exact same thing. They have the exact same capabilities. How it was described to me is basically, think of it as like Cadillac and, was it GMC?
Yep.
Yeah. So they're different casings, look a little bit different, but underneath the hood, they're all the same. So it's that we all need to understand.
So Josh,
yes.
It's my understanding to my knowledge, yeah, many of these machines have the capability to connect to the internet, right? And you can change that on and off in BIOS. However, most of these machines need to be updated. So just connecting to a intranet, right, and not saying that it's actually going outside of the intranet, a secular system, I mean, that's okay, right? That's how they do their updates, and that's how they can upload new software and things of that nature. But at the election time, that's the important part about whether or not they're connected to the internet. And
let me explain to you why, and I'll tell you about Georgia. Because Georgia, at the Fulton County Center, there was a little unknown thing that happened. If you're connecting a computer to the internet previously, and then you disconnect it and you connect it to an intranet, that intranet still leaves trails. And so me as a black hatter, what I can do is say that computer has a Wi-Fi system that's turned on or turned off, and you connect to the internet, do your updates, disconnect it, connect to the intranet, and you leave it sitting there. If you connected to the internet and I saw it and I was quick enough, I can hack your system and put what's called a rootkit in it. Now, when I put that rootkit in, and you take your computer and you connect it over to your intranet and you think you're safe, right? Well, guess what they did in Fulton County to get around that? They hacked the smart meters, or the smart thermostats. So smart thermostats inside Fulton County were accessed. So if that smart thermostat is accessed, I can send a wake up packet to that laptop, and now I can put it back on the internet.
Yeah, I don't.
Because I've done it. We had to prove and test it because Russ saw it and he said, "Can they really do this?" I said, "Yeah, I've done it before. Whenever we were doing pen tests, because I've done pen tests on like my daughter. Her dad is one of the heads of IT over at American Airlines. So in my spare time, I go and I pen test airplanes to find every way I can to hack them, to keep them from hacking. Because I have equipment that I use that I can hack every radio frequency that almost exists. So,
And to clarify, the reason for that type of hacking is to prevent other people from being able to do it.
correct. That's one of the, my side projects and things I work on is I help break stuff that someone may not think of a way to be able to break it. So we know that the smart thermostats were accessed in Fulton County. So that led us to showing that those systems, even though they were on an intranet, were compromised. And we did see communications going through that entire building. In other locations, there were different methodologies. Y'all were talking about CTCL earlier. If you move one more tier up, look at Election Task Force. Election Task Force is really sort of the overlords. The overall plan, like if you had to point a finger at one dude, that dude is now dead. His name is Trumka. He was the former head of the AFL-CIO. That was the brainchild. And then
Yeah,
he
so
created.
And you
Go
can
ahead.
find that in the Time article. I was going to say, you can go look up the Time article about I think they call it like securing democracy or something like that. But that's what it is. It breaks down what organizations were involved in stealing, and they say fortifying democracy, but really it was theft of democracy. But I want to add one more thing because Josh is right. In Texas, in the ES&S systems, our issue came from and I know Williamson and I believe Tarrant, and I think there's one more, but I don't remember who it is, that they had a thumb drive installation of software update for the system, and it created a problem when they ran their test on it the next time. Well, the EAC, which is the federal group, right? They gave them a waiver and said, you know what, it was a de minimis change. Don't worry about it. No big deal. Do you know what that looked like on the ground? It's the same thing that happened in the Dominion systems up in Detroit, which is
Yep.
for a lot of them, which is how, is it Talib, I think, that's up there
Yep.
in Michigan? Yeah, so Talib, the way she won re-election and the issues that we had in Texas was that the ballot styles would flip. So people were voting for Talib outside of her district because I guess they couldn't get her popularity up enough. So anyway, that's what it was causing, was this error where it was like flipping precincts, so people weren't recognizing the name, and chances are they'll bubble the very top one. And that came out of a thumb drive update on ES&S, and I have the documentation on that. And where they're saying, and then also when I trace that back to the standards at the EAC level, you cannot use thumb drives. That's an unapproved method for updating software, and yet that's what they did on a lot of these systems. So the systems are trash, but those ballots we can count, and if those ballots are wonky, that will tell us they've done something with the system. It's, I guess, pretty much what I've come to, because Josh knows, I know, we will never be able to see what happens inside those systems because the contract with the states, they have a proprietary interest and they agree. So our governors and our secretaries of state, they sign off on and say, we understand that by using your systems that we purchase using federal dollars, that we will never be able to test or look at the source code or any of the actual mechanisms within them internally. And because of that, we the people will never know if our vote ever actually counts once we cast it.
Right, but Kelly, hold on for 1 second. So let's walk that back. So in New Jersey, by example, and I'm sure it's not isolated, we have commissioners that are on the record from receiving donations from Dominion, right? We have it on the record.
Yeah, their lobbyist is Nancy Pelosi's former chief of staff.
Okay, that's So how can we, the people, constrain them from having these contracts, whether it be at the direction through bid by the state of 3 providers or not, which is the case in New Jersey, right? How can we do that? And what facts can we have encapsulated in one document that constrains those contracts, that says, because of these examples, you are not permitted by the people, by we the people, because it's our taxpayer money that's paying for it.
And that's where the corruption comes into play. Because we only have
Hey, y'all.
apples, oranges, and bananas to choose from. Everybody's in bed with the apples, bananas, and oranges. And we can't get all the way from the federal government and who they're in, like our congresspersons, and EAC had closed door meetings with them when they were getting the new standards approved. They had a test model, and I think the guy's out of New Hampshire. You can Google it. There was a case where he filed saying, I want these machines off the internet. We had agreed to standards where these machines would be off the internet. You changed them behind our back. And he actually sat on the committee that established the certification standards for these machines. And they changed them after a closed door meeting with Dominion, ES&S, and Hart Civic. And this guy ends up suing the EAC, and it's still pending as far as I know. It hasn't been dismissed. But it's these companies and it's these people that have investments in these companies. I mean, you've got, I think it's Kevin McCarthy. I mean, you can go through, they're all associated with one of them. And you see patches, like pockets of where, you know, they're bigger. The thing is they have approved this through the EAC that we are never going to be able to get internal to them. And then our governors sign off on it because those funds go to the states. So the HAVA funds go from the federal government to the states to purchase these stupid machines that they're all financially vested in. And then the counties then purchase them after I'm sure they get some kind of sweet kickback or, you know, contribution to their races, or the cities or whoever's passing these. And that's the problem we have, is that we are excluded, and we're not paid off. And so we're looking at it going, we want to secure our vote, and everybody else has betrayed our trust. And so and I'm watching this because people will send me their town hall meetings because I've met so many people along the way, or they still keep up with me, and they'll send me clips where they go to their commissioners and they're griping about these machines, and the commissioners are just kind of like shoo, because I mean, they're looking at the money trail. It's the same thing they've done with every system that we have. It just happens to be elections. We happen to be very aware of it. And we know that without this vote, without my vote, without your vote, we have no chance at ever having a Republican form of government ever again. What we have is an oligarchy. And we know this, but the only way to get rid of it is, I mean, because your courts, I've tried to file cases on this stuff, and the courts are literally like, oh, well, these are the state. We can't do anything about that. You know, this is the way these systems work, and that's federal funds. And, you know, we don't have anything we can do about that. And they don't want to challenge it. So, you know, that's where I kind of realized we're beyond the courts at this point. And so if you look in your First Amendment of the Constitution, and if you look at your state constitutions, in the very top, you know, the very first 2 sections, probably every state has them. I started perusing them a while back. It basically says that we the people have the right on the state level to abolish, amend, or do whatever it is that we need to do, not violently, but I'm saying we have the right to petition them specifically. And what I would do is I would start directing petitions. And by petitions, I mean like literally, you know, get everybody's statements together or signatures or whatever it is, and then actually draft up a petition saying we do not consent to being governed under this manner, and giving the exact reasons why we don't, why their deprivation is. And see, these are things that we can actually do. And these are things they can't. And if they do ignore it, then you step it up a little bit and say, okay, fine, we're going to start ousting our county commissioners. And then We just start having town halls over it. I mean, there are things that we can do that are not dependent on the system that after a while they'll have to concede. Now, the issue is that the same petition needs to go to Congress to say, we do not approve that you guys get these kickbacks. So somebody needs to be researching their funds and seeing exactly who has what hands and what kitty. And we need to nail them in that petition and say, this is unacceptable because you are basically self-appointing yourself. By having this rigged system, you guys, we can't get rid of you if we wanted to, and that's unacceptable. And these are things that we have to be very specific on, because these are the things that we can actually make progress with. But it's going to have to take a lot of us.
Well, and
Really
one
step
of the
up for
things,
that research tomorrow.
one of the things that I've sort of shift gears and focused on is dealing with like things at the at the regulation levels. For example, when they do when the EAC does a certification on the election companies and their equipment and their software, it is actually strictly voluntary for them to get it tested. So they aren't even required. And then they're not held to government standard. They're not held to NIST standards. They're not held to NIST standards in how their software is made, how their hardware is made, any of it. So that's, I've been talking to, I know a couple of attorneys that actually deal in law writing and working on that. And I've been working on trying to get the EAC to uphold government standards on election equipment. That would be the first part. The next part is to reduce the amount of human interaction with the actual ballots. Because every time there's a problem, the first thing Dominion and ES&S and Hart and all these other companies claim is, oh, well, it's human error. Okay, well, remove the human from the process. Because the election system is really two components. There's GIMS, which is the Global Election Management System, which all of the systems have in common. And so if I can access GIMS in Dominion, I can access the same GIMS, which is the backbone in ES&S and the other companies. And then you have the second part, which is the UI, UX, the user interface that you see at the terminal. And they actually don't make that in-house. They use contract workers. And a lot of those contract workers will post their examples and things that they make online. Well, those contract workers are the ones that cause the problems, like what we saw in Antrim and in New Hampshire, where they may be off by one spot and bubble 92 is really 93, and that changes the entire outcome of the election. So they're not even full-time employees for the election companies that are doing that, and there's no accountability, which ties back to like what you were talking about with CTCL. CTCL circumvented accountability by putting employees under staffing agencies to work in central count, so that then no one would know who was working in central count, by the fact that most of the workers that were employed by CTCL were political activists that came from organizations like OFA, NOI, as well as Resist, Antifa, all of those organizations. Because I helped Phil Klein catalog and go through a lot of those, because here in Texas, we were finding political activists that were working at Central Count down in Austin.
Josh, you have a question. It says,
What's
do
that?
you believe the fraud surrounding 2020 election will be corrected and Trump will be put back into office?
No, I don't.
Never.
You're fighting whole of government. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but that's why I got called the bad news bears a long time ago.
Judith
Realistic.
Iscariot.
I'm not going to sell hopium, because you're fighting the entire federal government, and they are going to do everything they can to protect themselves. The permanent party class in DC are going to make sure that we, the people, do not win this fight.
And I will
And
tell
we're
you,
fighting
I
global
disagree.
people, too.
I disagree with him, because I know what the golden ticket is. Because remember, I told you back in the summer of 2020 when they were wargaming the strategy? Well, see, it
Yep.
happened to be that I was really lucky to get a hold of the war game strategy in all of this. And Sidney Powell absolutely chose the most loserous path that they could imagine, when the actual winner chicken dinner was always that this election was unconstitutional because Article 1 and Article 2 of the United States Constitution said that the legislature will determine how we choose our electors for president and how we choose the manner and means of the race for, or the election for congresspersons. And we failed both of those. So HAVA upholds this. HAVA is the funding mechanism, but it has the minimum standards in there. They violated HAVA. They violated their funding requirements. And that's like, all of this is dead to rights. But any of those modifications, and you can go look up, because I've already, I mean, there is the National Conference of State Legislatures did, if you search 2020 election law modifications, you can find under that all the ways that the states violated their own laws in their own states without even governor's consent. Because say Tarrant County in Texas, they did it on their own.
What law firm pushed for all of those states to do that? Who was in charge of that?
I don't know which law firm. I know the DNC is the one
Mark
that made some of
Elias,
those.
Perkins
There you
Coie.
go.
Russiagate
Coie.
is election gate.
There you go. And so, but I know that, like, and see, I have documents from the DNC where they were pushing out what the new provisions were going to be for the elections. Like, so they were sending flyers to their local precincts, like they're in their major counties. I'm sure it went to all of them, but how we should handle COVID modifications, regardless of what the Secretary of State said, and regardless of what our governor said. That made every state's election unconstitutional. We can recall, in my mind, 2/3 of Congress is gone and we have no executive branch because it's void ab initio, because it was not a certifiable election in any of the states.
Kelly,
but
if
the
I
trick
could
is-
add to that, the executive orders were also usurped because in many of the states it extended the election 14 days. However, they did not stop counting the ballots until the last ballot was received. So they actually usurped their own executive orders in addition to the Constitution.
Correct. And so,
In
yeah, you're
addition-
absolutely right.
In addition to that, the question that I have regards HR 4. So HR 4 passed the House. That usurps the Constitution. It also, because it's built on the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which
Correct.
was overturned by the Supreme Court, so they usurped the Supreme Court. The letter that embodied that legislative act is formed by the body of members of nonprofits that they all funded through entitlement programs. So once again, it was a Ponzi scheme.
Correct.
That included the AFL-CIO. So
Correct.
including that legislation, they usurped the Constitution.
Correct.
So
And that's the stuff that we've got. Like, if we all focus, like if every state went in and focused and they got their major counties and they figured out what their governor's orders were, pulled their code and figured out exactly what happened. Like, I know, like, so I give Tarrant County because I'm right next to it, but Tarrant County is where they did mass mail out ballots. Well, mass mail out ballots are not lawful, period. Like, they are, even the minimum standards, you've got the 22 months requirement. So if you were doing public information or FOIA request, you could, ask to see, because some of them didn't keep their ballots. A lot of jurisdictions didn't, because they have the printed out, like they'll print them out with the scanners. So they destroy their ballots. Any of those places that you find where they failed chain of custody, you can ask for those records. If you go through your code and you find your election standards and you go in and you look at all of their requirements, and then you go and FOIA specifically what those are. Like, you find, like, we could find like 7 or 8 points that we know. Did mass mail out ballots occur? Did drop boxes occur? Because drop boxes, so here's how drop boxes violate the law. It's not that the drop box in itself is illegal, but if you combine it with the fact that if you're a first-time registrant in a jurisdiction, you are required on the first time that you vote to show some form of identification. It doesn't have to be an ID. It can be a bill or something like that. Well, in these jurisdictions where you were doing basically sending out mass registrations. If you use the Dropbox method, you could do mass registration, request a ballot, and then drop it off at the Dropbox, and nobody would ever know the difference. So there were so many ways that they were circumnavigating. This was all intentional, regardless of what anybody wants to say. But there are certain things that if you put 2 or 3 steps together, that process violates the law, and that violates the federal law and the state law. So
Hey, this person says, does this mean that Liz Harris's canvas isn't credible?
mm,
I don't know. I don't know where
I
that
don't.
came from. I just wanted to ask. I didn't know if I
I
missed
mean,
the connection there or something.
no, I don't know anything about like the canvases. I know people are starting the canvassing, and I know that there have been places where you've got like 75 people or 120 people registered to like a vacant commercial building. I mean, I've heard numerous of those where there's nobody receiving mail there, period. So, the same with the same day voters registration. Oh, and then you have every state's forms. I pulled all of those when I filed my case, and none of them say that you have to actually present an ID anywhere. Like it says you may, but it never says that if this is their first time, because there's a box that'll say, is this your first time registering in this jurisdiction? If you click yes, then it should be an automatic, you are required to provide some form of identification at the first time that you vote. No form, no state says that
So what
anywhere.
points exactly, Kelly, were in your claim? Exactly what points?
So that the state site that I was talking about, the National Conference of State Legislatures, in their chart, I went through their chart and then started pulling stuff. And then I get into the technicals where Josh is at, because Josh is right. There's a lot of standards that are violated, because my understanding is every certification is based off like the base model of the machine, but they can keep adding software on top and on top and do updates and do all kinds of stuff that they got busted this last year in the EAC's audit, because there were like Microsoft Azure that was in the Pacific Northwest. They specifically said, hey, you cannot use this software. There is no evidence that this is secure software, and that's in their own audit report. So I used their own weapons against them when I filed. So I went in and pulled out the NIST, or actually like the CISA standards, the DHS. I started pulling out some of that stuff, and then I'm pretty sure Josh could probably do a hell of a lot better job than I did. But I just focused on things that I knew happened in each jurisdiction. I pulled where they modified without without any authority at all, like where the governor's orders were trampled on. And I just tried to focus on all of that. But my intention at some point was to basically turn around, and then once this ever kind of progresses, then start, kind of doing an all call for everybody to start dumping their data up there on specific counties and stuff like that, until we could just decertify them all. And that's really actually the suit that I filed causes economic damages to the states. And some of these states, it would probably absolutely bankrupt if they had to pay back the CARES Act money and their HAVA grant money from last year. So I was kind of thinking, okay, I can pigeonhole them, and then that will give Trump like a Trump card, right? So he could come back and say, hey guys, you know what? I know she's got you dead to rights. Here you go. You can either pay, or let's hold another election. And so that, I mean, because that's all I want, is I want a lawful election. I want one
Wait,
where we have our standards
I
in
want to
place.
make something clear too. All of us that are speaking about this, we have all been in contact with all of these people one way or another. One of us may have been in contact with one of them. Two of us may have. We're not making opinions off of stuff that we have not encountered ourselves. So everyone's saying that we're all sticking up for each other. We don't even like we know them or something. We do know them. We've been psyoped to hell by all of them. So that's why we're on here telling you this, because there's 4, 5, 6 of us on here that have been going through this crap for the last, well, some of them longer than us. And that's why we're talking about this, because we actually do know these people. We have worked with them. We have talked with them, and we have been the smaller guys that they treat like crap. So that's why we're telling you they are not here for us. They are here for propaganda and money. And to thwart the efforts, they are creating the problem and getting profits off the solution. That's what they do.
Hey, I just want to say hi.
She's the Arizona lady. Say hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Oh, y'all can't talk. Sorry.
Nice meeting you
Hey.
guys. I appreciate everybody's input and for helping me put some, connect the dots. I saw the propaganda side of it from the very beginning, right before the audit started, right after, and been trying to blow the whistle ever since. But everybody I went to for help ended up being part of the operation. So I'm sure they're all laughing at me. But I didn't ever stop trying to blow the whistle, and I will only talk crap about people that I have firsthand experience with, which is a lot of the people that they're talking about. So, anyway, I appreciate that. I would like to say, for most people, we don't want any machines, period, in the audit. We sat there and watched audit cameras from day one, and you understand it, but everyday people aren't going to understand it. And even if you could prove it, I don't know how you guys would sell it to us. So that's why I've never followed that much of the cyber part of it. I think most people want paper ballots, and I understand there's potential for fraud in everything, but I think most people would say no more machines, paper ballots, because I was made aware by Aaron Wagner about the polling pads.
The
So
guy who died recently. We don't
yeah,
know how he died. Nobody will tell us anything.
So
yeah, he worked on the first, well, the hand count, or the first two little things that Maricopa ordered initially. So I think there was one other point, but does somebody have a question?
I just want to say something to Kellye. I get that there's a lot of anger and rage, and people are focusing on fixing 2020 before 2022. I get that. Okay. Do I agree with the level of the fraud and the impact, and whether or not certain areas had fraud that was material enough to change the outcome of the election? I don't know. The problem I see, though, is everybody that wants to just fix the 2020 election, I feel like they're missing the forest, right? Because yeah, sure. I mean, definitely try to have the audits and try to make sure and try to figure out what went wrong. But at the same time, there needs to be a cognizant effort to try to change things by filing lawsuits, not seeking to overturn the election, but smaller lawsuits with smaller pieces of the pie. So when 2022 does come around, at least maybe we'll be prepared to like monitor the election better, right? Like maybe we need to have more poll watchers. Maybe we need to have more people working out in the field.
We've
if
already filled up our
attention to
8,000
that,
precinct chairs.
if nobody's paying attention to that, then everything related to 2020 is just going to be tied up in the courts, and there's going to probably be no resolution.
So
but
that's
David,
why
the problem, David, is HR 4, right? So HR 4 is now pending congressional vote. The minute they go back, we're in big trouble. If
it
they pass
modifies
that,
all of our laws.
it's states' rights are gone. States' rights will be
Correct.
gone. HR 4 changes the game, and it's not acceptable. We have no
I'm not
recourse.
saying that we just let it
Our
pass.
sovereignty will be gone.
I'm not saying just let it pass, but I'm saying who is out there trying to make a difference for 2022?
Oh, I am, because
It's
the lawsuit I have filed, as long as that's pending and they don't have something else that like HR 4 that modifies the law, I've got them stuck. So if they take more money for more HAVA grants, for more election crap, I already shut down Merrick Garland because I started throwing crap at the DOJ as soon as he came out and said, we're not going back to pre-COVID voting standards. I was like, you want to bet, dude? Because you're absolutely telling the states to violate the law. How does that work? You know, it's, you can't, and Trump is right about this. It's not so much about Trump, except for me, I have bigger issues because I'm also part of the COVID doctors group. And I know this country is about to go to hell in a handbasket. And I know we're about to be screwed in 3 ways if we don't get this shit under control. So yeah, it's great to say, let's look at 2022. I don't know that we make it there. And that's not being Lynn Woodish. That's factual.
No, I agree with you completely, 100%. If we don't fix this, we won't make it. There's too many
Well, and
things
it's not
happening.
even about putting Trump back in office. It's about
No.
transparency and knowing that we chose our president, whether it be Biden or Trump. It's not about we have to get him back. Of course, we think he was a
And
better president, but at this point, we can't
down
even do a
ballot
freaking
too.
audit and it be done right.
Yeah,
What'd you
but
say? Yeah,
it's
down ballot.
also
Like,
everything down ballot. I mean, I've been watching elections since 2012 or 2002, and they were stolen back then. So this has to end, and everybody down ballot needs to be audited. But literally, they hijacked the audit before it even started. So
I mean,
I
that's my point, right? Look, so
but
all these groups who got together to fund and to pull off the Arizona audit with all the problems that have arisen because it was a very biased.
but you're assuming that we knew that. We
No,
didn't know that.
no. I'm not assuming that. I'm just
You
saying
are.
there was a big opportunity that was wasted, right? I think it was wasted. I'm with you. Eric Hughes, and I'm with you. I agree. Okay, but that big opportunity that was a national issue for the past 9 months, right?
Exactly.
They blew that, and because they blew that by trying to, I think they blew it because they were more worried about the money coming in, right? That put everybody in the back seat when it comes to smaller audits at smaller county levels, right? So at some point, there needs to be just as many people working on making sure that the problems are fixed for 2022 as fixing 2020. And dude, all these politicians, several of them are thinking, I mean, they're doing their calculations, right? Like, I'm sure every one of them wants to fix like 2020 to some degree. But at what point are they going to lose all the moderates? They have to balance their electability with fixing the 22. I think they're doing their calculation. So I don't like how people like Wood are just attacking any politicians who won't come straight out and say fix 2020 or nothing, because there needs to be
it's not about that. It's they've got to let us have transparency to look at what happened in 2020. And that's the problem, is that we're getting redirected, we're getting misdirected. Look at what's happening with this channel. They're sending them down rabbit holes to keep them out of the actual issues, which is every state's ballots are the problem. You've got machine issues, but we'll never know that because there's no transparency there. So all we can do is look at paper, and then they're going to poo-poo us when we say, hey, wait, this paper is the wrong paper, or why has this ballot like been duplicated 4 or 5 times? Like, that's the problem.
I agree.
And here's,
don't want to lose moving forward because we're so focused on the past. I'm not saying the past.
I get it.
I get,
but it's accountability.
I'm at the same kind of point. I'm at the same kind of point with David, going through all of this with the channels. We've done so much work, and then to see what happened with the Arizona audit, and now we don't know who we can trust. So what I've been doing, and what all of our admins have been doing, is we've been getting everybody signed up for precinct chairs, because we're like, okay, look, we don't know if this is going to go anywhere, but the least we can do is get people in positions before 2018. And we've filled over 8,000 precinct chairs. And
that's right.
Our freaking Houston chapter the other day, they haven't had a packed, like a full overflowing precinct class. Like, I can't remember how many people were in there. They had more people than they had ever had. And they said, I don't know what that Telegram channel is, but y'all sure are sending us a lot of precinct chairs. So I get both sides. We do need to fix it. But also, we can't forget about all these positions that matter, because there is a midterm coming up, and that's what they want us to do. Is just audit all 50, and then they fill the precinct chairs, or they're just empty. That's why Dan Schultz comes in here all the freaking time. And we love Dan. Dan is legit, and he doesn't care about anything but filling these precinct chairs. That's what we're doing. So
I think you're on target. I think you're on target. Like, we have to do smaller, more localized efforts, right? So we can prevent this from happening again. At the same time, people like Kellye, but it seems like it's just Kellye doing all these, I'd say, functional lawsuits that actually are making a difference.
That's why we're doing this, because we have to come together. That's the whole point of this, is because there's a few of us that are actually doing the right thing, and people need to realize that. People need to realize these leaders are not leading us down a path of succession. They are, I mean, success. They are. We know what to do. We know what they're doing, and we figured out pretty much what we need to do. But we need all the people to come together with the people and leave these people alone, because they don't know. They're literally trying to sabotage us.
But they're seriously brute forcing this whole thing.
Yeah.
There's no finesse to this.
Tell us about it. Tell us about it. They've isolated us too. They've isolated us from each other so that we don't compare notes. So I mean, it's been psychological warfare from day one. I've only talked to the only person in this chat right now that's talking. The only one I've ever spoken to before just now is Salty Lulu. So I'm sure they're not happy that we're all talking right now. So I'm glad we're all here. Let's just not be critical of what we've done, and let's figure out where we're going to go, because I don't have as many people on my channel as Salty does, but I mean, they're all trying to figure out what the heck to do next. And I don't even know what to post, because I don't trust anything coming out, nothing. So I want to know
solutions.
what to tell them. What's next? What do I tell?
Let's talk solutions. I mean, so where do we go from here?
David's not an enemy either. So people are saying, who is this guy? Is he an enemy? But we're like, no, he's not. He's thinking logically, because he knows what they're doing. They're trying to keep us, they're leading us down one rabbit hole and making us forget about the other. That's why in our groups, we use the main chats to try to fill precinct chairs, and we use the work groups to get the audits done. We're still doing both, because I told myself, okay, we better not forget about this, because what if we don't get the audits? And then here we are, we didn't fill the precinct chairs either. So just because somebody has a different opinion doesn't mean they're the enemy. And y'all have got to get that crap out of your head.
I think I want to say this. I don't know what every state's rules or law is, but in Texas, I know that the parties get to control their primaries. Well, most of our damage is actually done in our primaries, because that's where your Republican Party gets to choose its, leader, and nobody ever gets really above that. And I think because they can manipulate even the primaries, and I think people need to understand that too. But I think, like in Texas, what I'm kind of calling for is that instead of using, because what happens is the party rents the election equipment for the primaries, and they hold their own primary. So my thought is, okay, for 2022, so for this next cycle coming up, we need to say we're rejecting the machines, we're not paying the counties, we're going all paper. And then we pay for the paper as the party, which means you've got to convince your party what to do. And then you hold your election on paper, you get people in there, obviously you can't really change the laws as far as registration and stuff like that, but at least you'll have the physical ballots. And then maybe you guys would team up with the Democrats, because I think there's going to be some Democrats that you're going to be pretty surprised if you actually said, hey guys, because I know that I've run into some actual pretty hardcore leftists that have same concerns with the machines. They're just not upset about the 2020 election, but they're still butthurt over the 2016. Exactly.
That's the problem.
I think
that's the problem is everybody's talking about overturning the election, and that is going to cause a knee-jerk reaction from the left. I'm not saying it's not warranted. I'm just saying it's going to be very difficult to punch all this through when we should be working at the lower levels.
They can cry all they want. We don't care.
I'm 100% on board. I'm not saying that doesn't need to happen. I'm
I
just
just
saying,
think this is where we could actually unify and kind of overcome some of the garbage.
Yeah,
And so
we're
let me-
there, Kelly, just so you know, the process that we have put together is a twofold relationship. So our small groups are working on the 7 points of evidence. And in the interim, we're one anothering. In other words, we're teaching throughout the process, teaching about the Constitution, precinct training, you name it, and they're learning it. And they're learning it by touching the information, by talking to people who have the experience, who can mentor them. They're talking about running for, we have 4 just in New Jersey, actually 5 today. I found out another one. We have 5 members on the ballot for school board. We have several members that are at precinct. So we're doing exactly what you're talking about, but this frustration, well, the frustration is twofold, right? We have people that are still on these other Telegram channels, which we now know are not factually based. But the second part of that is we need a strong sense of direction. We respect Trump, but we love our Constitution. We love God and
Right.
country. And this has got to be fixed. I know HR 4. I read it backwards and forwards. We must come together and come to a viable solution that will terminate their ability to constrain us to the extent that we will just no longer be sovereign.
Exactly.
And it has to be consistent. And it has to be, because when this goes to Congress, it has to be consistent across the states, or we will have no justification of challenge nationally.
So that's kind of what my thought has been, is that we as in the people figure out what it is that we like. If we cannot stand the machines, then we come up with a maybe 7 point or however many, and we look through each state, and each state's responsible for coming up with their objections to it, right? And then everybody, so then we kind of create a template, and it's kind of, you may have to actually sit down. And I mean, I honestly am at this point where I'm figuring out it's gonna take bulk, it's going to take, and it may be people having to like sweat it out a little bit, because there's not a lot of attorneys standing up, because they are not going to go against the establishment. They are not going to go against the bar. You've got courts whose judges are on the actual ballots, so they're scared to death to touch these machines. And I mean, I'm starting to think like you need to just go after your secretaries of state and say like this, and your governors, and say, this is unacceptable. We do not want these machines where we have no access to them. We don't know what's actually being counted. And we come up with the reasons why, and we all firebomb them over a period of time. Like we try to get like launch round 1, and then we file them. And then you come in with a second group and you break down in little clusters, and we all file them. And then that way, you may change up a couple of factors because maybe one set, but at some point people are gonna be like, okay, they're serious, because they won't go away.
If I can say, the number one stonewall to election reform in Texas is Keith Ingram. Keith Ingram needs to be dissipated and go work for whoever, and he needs to be gone. If that gets done, Texas will be able to fix their system.
We have a lot more problems than that in Arizona. We can't get anybody to do the right thing. Nobody to do the right thing. So I would also.
It's basically
that's a money issue. You got to follow the lobbyists. What I would suggest in y'all's spot in Arizona is y'all need to have like a dedicated team who tracks all of the Dominion lobbyists and run like a helmet cam on them and post it publicly so everybody can see what offices those lobbyists are going in and out of. So when you've got people like Fan and Rogers, who I just saw was hanging out with Lindell tonight, and all these other people, they need to be put to task because their words are not matching their actions.
Right.
That's the point, right? Like, so $7 million, $15 million, a huge amount of money was raised for the Arizona audit, right? And that was not done. I think we missed an opportunity. So everything that you guys are talking about right now, think about if that money was spent wisely on building a team that has some kind of national council that, I don't know, maybe meets
you
every day and they
realize,
talk about the different actions.
you realize where that money went, right? It went from the people to the people that were running the racket to begin with.
100%. 100%. But that's what I'm saying. Think about all the wasted time and all the wasted money when there could have been a logical and like effective, I'd say, plan put in place.
But you assume that we have the narrative. The only place that people are is in Telegram. And nobody was paying attention to the Arizona audit in the cameras in Telegram. They weren't watching it until I started my channel, and it took off from there. And there weren't a lot of Telegram channels on there at the time, but the ones that were there were already infiltrated. They were already running operations in all of the Arizona groups, and then I tracked them down into the swing states. So
But this is what I'm saying. I'm saying you have done great work. No.
We have a narrative.
Let David talk. Let David talk.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying you guys have done great work. All the grassroots people have done great work. But what I'm saying is we lost an opportunity from, say, January to February to build a cohesive network so we can attack these problems fucking logically, right? Because now that there's so many different Telegram groups going here and there, and then Kellye's got her stuff going, but there's no command and control. Who the people thought was command and control made an ass ton of money.
Yep.
Right? That all that command and control, that needs to just go away.
That's
and then
why
reasonable
I said
people need
I
to
told
sit
everybody
around
to
and
stop giving them money because they're not using it for what they said they were going to. This goes back to problem and solution. What do you think the people gathering money from the January 6th event are doing? They had something to do with that crap. They either mind warped people into going or they actually coordinated it. And that's facts and that will come out. So
Yep.
just
That's
get
true.
ready for that because when these people that you're all worshiping comes out that they actually set your asses up, then you're going to be like, oh, AFA, the deep state, they actually told us the truth again. So you need to start listening to we the people instead of these people that have millions of followers and they're millions of dollars and are buying new houses here and there and are buying new cars and $500,000 tour buses and going to speak at Clay Clark and jumping around the stage drawn queues and sending them to the Pope because those people are not helping you. They're hurting you.
Okay, look, I'm not saying to forget that fraud happened because people seem to think that I said that. What I'm saying is
no, they
there
just
needs
can't
to
listen.
be people. There needs to be people paying attention to moving forward. Okay, but there also needs to be a much more organized sort of methodology about how we approach people in different states and different counties. Because right now, there's just a bunch of people running around, a whole bunch of Indians, and basically no chief who we thought was the chief.
We don't
not
want
the
we
chief.
do, no,
So-
we don't need a chief. We need lots of chiefs, not just one. We need a lot. This is good.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. How do we do that? How do we build a national council that has representatives from every state
Who's
that
going to run
can
the
talk
council?
about these things and hash them out?
A board.
Because we are duplicating tons of efforts over and over and over again at every state, and it's just waste time.
Yeah,
It
but
wastes
at the same time,
manpower
they can't.
and it wastes energy.
It's harder to target when you've got 20 different people out there trying to work the same problem. And if they get rid of me, there's at least 19 others. So it's good that it's not centralized. I don't think it needs to be centralized. I think it's good that we talk and we can agree on certain things. But I don't think that, I think we need more chiefs and we need more people to step up and be a part of this so that that 8 of us or however many are on this call aren't the only ones trying to fight the D state basically. So we need more people to step up and we need more input. And I agree, we need to be on the same page. The other, and I'm going to stop talking. The last thing besides no machines is that we need cameras. So that every election is transparent, and we need streamed cameras to every election. That's my other request for what it looks like going forward, so that people can watch the process and hold them accountable.
And
Well,
so,
I mean-
Josh, I
Yes.
just want to ask you, say you're put in charge and you are in charge of figuring out what happened in the 2020 election. Where would you start?
Okay, so from the research and everything that I've seen, I've broken it down into 4 sections. So first is the digital manipulation, or what they call adjudication. That would be where my cyber focus would be on. Other than your normal, your Splunk logs and your network diagnostics, that department. The other portion I would look at is the human intelligence side, and that has to do with the people who were staffed within the central count. I would want to find out every person who worked in there, who hired them, how much they were paid, and this ties back to CTCL, election task force, and all of that intel. And then the next part would have to do with the paper suppliers, because we know in dealing with Runbeck that Runbeck were using foreign suppliers that were being brought in at different times. They were running ballots across state lines. They were not following federal guidelines. So those would be, and that's where like Jovan would come into play. I would have Jovan run kinematics and actually be able to give scientifically proven evidence of the paper, because CISA very specifically lays out the security features that are supposed to be on that paper. And in all honesty, all election papers should fall under the U.S. Mint. If they're required to make our paper with safety features to prevent it from being frauded, then the second most important thing in our country, our election, should be handled by the same department, at least at the Secret Service level, to be able to make sure that that piece of paper can be tracked. And I saw someone earlier talked about the disadvantage to blockchain technology with paper. Patrick tried to steal my creation because I created the blockchain system for the ballots. And what the purpose behind it is to create a distributed system that can track it, that nobody can be able to crack into, and to be able to track every hand that ever touches a ballot. Almost like if any of y'all have ever used Lotus Notes. I was an engineer before I got in the military. We would use Lotus Notes to be able to track all of the jobs that we would work on. So my design had that programming built into it, and they would all have a QR code written into it that would be able to also provide authenticity and tracking within the system. But once I left ASOG in November of 2019, all of the information that I worked on and built up, Russ Ramsland basically stole and went and started pimping out to everybody who would, let him prostitute himself to them. So those 4 would be my focus. I have an actual layout on all of that based off of all of the evidence that I've seen, to be able to know where to direct the cannons and where to be able to make a lot more effective audits
Can you
take
clarify
place.
this is not the Secret Service that would be doing this? Somebody just said, he did say Secret Service.
Okay, so Kellye, how would you approach that from like lead counsel for some organization? How would you approach those 4 items that Josh was talking about?
So then you take it. So he's got, and I agree with him, by the way. He and I've had this conversation. And you would just basically come up with a standardized method of attack. So you would take your facts, you would get your facts down pat, right? Find out where the law what elements that applies to, like what specifics in the law, if it's coming out of the standards, if it's coming out of like the federal aspect of it with the EAC, or if it's state level decisions. And then you've got like the lobbying aspect of it. And then you also have courts, you go through the courts and you push it through to make sure that we have certain specific things. And you just have to look at the laws in each state to determine, because some of this stuff is, and that's what I'm saying, like, so some of this stuff is, they're already in some of the states' laws. They just don't look. This is what everybody kept saying with the legislature is, I was like, we don't necessarily need more laws. We need them to follow the laws that currently exist. And they're not even doing that. So it depends on each state.
Like you were the coordinator and there was one attorney, like in particular, who was running that state. And then you would speak with them. And then all these states, I think you would have sort of your arms wrapped around exactly what the problems are from speaking with that one attorney.
Right.
And then that one attorney would say, run a team of 2 or 3 other attorneys and start working through the lawfare in a semi-organized manner, right? I mean,
right. And then that way we have consistent messaging in our plans of attack across every state, so that when they're going to their legislator or their judicial conferences, they're hearing the same arguments out of each state. That's how you can effectuate change. You can also, go and start pushing it in DC, take whatever it is that we come that's pretty uniform across the board, whatever changes it is. And then you just start going up there and pounding the pavement in DC. So you could have a group that's going to go up there and just start going, office to office and laying out the documentation and doing that stuff. I mean, we've got to do it the way they do it, the way corporations do it, right? It's a multi-pronged attack, and we're just going to have to do that to get where we need to be. And honestly, if we want to get this stuff done so that in the next like 8 or 9 months, we need to figure out a pretty quick strategy and at least get it going so that we can prevent them. Because she's right, they're trying to pass bills that basically federalize our entire election process, and they do away with a lot of the safety. They're screwed because of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Some of the stuff that they want to do violate that, which is ironic because they say they want to, lessen the burden on minorities, but the reality is they're diluting the vote to harm the minorities, but they're trying to do it for minorities. It makes no sense. Like, it's the weirdest twist I've ever seen. Whereas now, here I am as a conservative over here going, but what about our Civil Rights Act? Here were the protections for our vote. What I want my fellow Americans, regardless of, ancestry or heritage or race or any of those things, to have the same equal opportunity as I have with our vote. I want all of us to have a vote and a voice, So it's weird, but those are the things that we have to start looking at. And it's your state legislatures, it's your judicial branch, and it's Congress. And you've got to get all of those going.
Kelly, can we go, David, I'm sorry to walk on you. Can we go back to talking about a game plan? Because I think it's great to talk strategy, but we need a game plan because time is escaping us and we can't waste a single more moment. They're moving exponentially, and
I think that's what we're doing.
Okay.
I think that's what we're doing right now because, so like you have Kellye, let's just say, for example, she is the national law coordinator, right? So now we got to find a team, some attorney from all 50 states or however many, and then they can build up a team themselves. So all of this stuff is organized. And then you have people like
that's not hard. That's not hard, by the way, because we have a giant attorney group from all of us that got caught up in the elections that are coming from a ton of states. And then those kind of spidered out from there. So like the attorney part, there's like 1 or 2 attorneys pretty much in every state. Well, not every state, but I would say I've had like probably a good 30 states worth of attorneys that if I go back and search my email, I can track them down. So I don't think the tracking down an attorney who's willing to step up to the plate is as big of an issue as actually getting an organization together and getting, a basic business plan in place with deadlines, and we're going to do this by this date. I mean, as long as we've got the volunteer teams and the channels, I think we can get everybody on point with what those points of attack are, and then everybody can start pulling their own law and looking at, what they see as issues in their own elections, right?
It sounds perfectly doable. It sounds easy to put this together. And you got people like Josh and some of these other people who are really, really knowledgeable about the certain aspects of fraud and certain things that need to be looked at. It doesn't seem like that heavy a lift. I just don't know how like $20 million went into nothing land, right? Because
Exactly.
that's
There's
what happens
got to be more than $20 million
organization.
between all of them.
Right.
They've got the America Project, Sydney's, Flynn's. I think Lynn has two things going on. Clements has got over probably 30 to 40 for prisoners and all kinds of crap. And then him and Joel Altman both got a $500,000 one. So, yeah, we're deep state, but they're the ones that are bazillionaires.
Mm-hmm.
And we want to know, too, people are asking, how is Patrick Byrne tied into this? Where did he come into play?
Josh?
Oh, I thought you might want to know if you had any other. I already know what Josh knows, but I didn't know if there was any other ties that you knew that we didn't.
Well, yeah, I mean, with
Another
Patrick,
Russian
I don't know much about
spy.
Patrick Byrne, but I do know that there's a financial incentive for him in some of the applications that he helped to develop. It's in his financial interest to perpetuate this thing as long as possible, especially if they can get the smartphone voting application approved at any point in the future, right? That's going to be huge money coming to him. So,
yeah, and he didn't even vote for Trump, and he wrote a book about it, and then he charged $40 for people just to see a preview.
yeah. So, I'm not saying don't fix 2020. I'm saying there's a better way to go about it, a more organized and a more like methodical method or methodical way to do this, to stay organized, to not duplicate effort, and to stay on the front end of it. I don't think that's too hard to. I don't think that's too much.
Well, we've discussed it, me and Josh and Mary and a bunch of us, and like in Texas, Josh and Kellye and I were all in Texas, and when we got those 4 audits in those counties, we kind of knew that something was going to be shady, and of course they come out saying that, they're doing it inside.
I mean, when you got people. Like you have people who are just running out unilaterally to like Pima County and pulling some data off or doing an image that does it from their own MacBook and then exposes their name from their own MacBook from taking the image. And then nobody used Encase. Everybody was using Autopsy so they can do the data carving. Like that opens up attack vectors that people can use for the next 3 years to stall any forward movement, right? Because that's just stupid. That's just dumb, period. And I think things like that totally hurt everybody who's looking for the election integrity. Hello?
You're still here. I can hear you.
Okay. That's just dumb, right? That gives an attack vector for people to go ahead and just sort of silence any efforts. Any reasonable efforts get silenced because of the stupid things done beforehand. I mean, Mike Lindell didn't have PCAPs. That's the reality. Like, sorry for what he said. That's the reality. And everybody who knows anything about PCAPs or like any level of like computer security knows that they were not PCAPs, right? But they just keep it going on and they keep it going on, and that turns everybody's switch off. So to get people switched back on, there has to be some kind of organized effort, I think.
And you have to control the narrative. That is the problem, is that everybody working against us, they're a lot bigger than we are. And we're easier to marginalize. So it literally is David and Goliath right now. So they control the narrative. I can control what's on my channel. And so yeah, it's easy to say that, but it's harder in real life, on social media, in Telegram, to get the message out there, because these people are adored and they're loved and they're convincing, and they're using, they're hijacking issues that suck people in. So it's controlling the nerve is the hardest part. of the situation. We can do a lot, but we also need to be able to get the messaging out, and we're smaller than they are. So
Yep. But if you're more organized and more methodical, that lends itself to credibility. Right now, all those big accounts, I'm sorry to say, they just don't have credibility.
Well, and the thing too is that the data, so this is a very important part. The data that all these people have, these people popped out of nowhere with all this magical data. Draws's data came from the New York Times, and her data shows vote flips for Trump too. So yeah, that's really going to help us if we're, it's if you're trying to do data, it's kind of like, okay, you can't prove once you can prove it was happening and it wasn't right, so you need an audit for transparency. But then when you try to take it somewhere, it's like it makes you look kind of dumb, kind of like Mike Lindell stuff. Nobody that's a real legislator wants to have anything to do with Mike Lindell stuff. Our
Yeah.
guy in Texas wouldn't even talk to him because he literally, to people that are not into this stuff like we are, he looks like a lunatic, to be honest. This is what legislators say about him. The PCAP stuff, none of us have a clue what PCAPs are. Only the tech people do. So that's why they chose that, because they knew none of us would have a dang clue what was even going on. So then when they outed Josh, all of us are, all of you guys are running around like, he does have the PCAPs. He does. And y'all don't even know what a PCAP even is. Y'all are just saying that because Mike Lindell said it. This
Oh,
is
I
the
was
stuff we
telling
have to
everybody,
stop.
long before this is a total fraud. Like, there is no PCAPs. This is an absolute lie, right? Because it's just not possible to have all the election data. And once I saw Lindell, and again, I'm not saying that Lindell's a bad guy. I'm saying I think he got sold up the river on a bunch of stuff, because once he said that the $5 million, he specifically made a point to say, not from the election, right? All the data he has is all from the 2020 election, but it's not network PCAPs, right? So that's when I knew that it was completely a total farce, right? It's just not going to happen. People don't have, nobody's listening to every single internal network, right? And if you're collecting the global internet traffic from election night, you got to have a lot more than 34 terabytes, right?
Well, the
So
thing is, they choose things we don't have any clue about, and then they pick one of them to represent that, and then they take turns pushing it to us, telling us exactly what they want us to know about it. So then, whenever it comes around to it, and it's another, busted balloon, they can give us whatever solution again that they want to tell us because we don't even know what they're talking about.
yeah,
So it's just like the thing with
that's why you
Kyle.
have guys
His
like
mom
Josh,
didn't know, and
all the
they took
technical
advantage.
guys working on your guys' side now, right? Like the
we don't.
actual people who are doing things to get things done, right?
Yeah.
It's just a mess. It's a total mess right now.
But people are so brainwashed by all these people, and it's so like honestly, my dream come true would be to even get some people on the left to agree that our elections have been messed with, because guess what? That means George Bush probably didn't get elected. So it's not even about parties, it's about our vote as citizens being jacked with, and it doesn't matter who won. We just need to make sure that we are the people selecting that person.
Right, but the problem is because of how polarized this thing got from the start. I mean, all those lawsuits being filed by Lynn and by Sydney, I mean, those things were done so hasty that it made a mockery of people who are looking for the election integrity, right? It seriously did. I'm just going to say it. Like, when you have all the spelling errors, that looked like it was just slapped together, some of those lawsuits.
Oh,
And I think that took a lot of the credibility away, right? Like, this
The
thing was,
Kraken lawsuits.
it was a disinformation and discredit campaign. That whole them getting to Trump and everything, that was the beginning of them spinning the narrative they wanted to spin so they could grift off of us. That's all that shit was. Excuse my language, but I mean, that's all it was. They had no intention on helping us. They had intentions on getting super rich and controlling all of us and becoming powerful. And then here we are. Every time we actually need their help and money, okay, well, the what, and then nothing at all, period. And every
Oh.
time something doesn't work, like the PCAPs or something, they find a new solution, like canvassing. Oh, we're all going to go canvass. And guess what they've been doing? The GOP has been sending people out to clean up stuff before we can even get to it that way. And they won't give us the voter rolls. So we can't even see if the voter rolls were correct, to where whenever they go and manipulate them, we can't even say that they manipulated them because they won't even give us the voter rolls.
Right. Right.
And that's
So,
in Republican places in Texas. That is in Texas. Republicans are more corrupt than anybody.
so I think conversations like this should happen more often, and then people
Agreed.
can voice their opinion, and people who are raising their hand but just haven't been allowed
I just
to
haven't
talk
been
yet probably have
kind of
very
a round table.
probably have great ideas too, right? If you want to make this truly about we the people, then it needs to be a concerted effort from we the people, right? Not
Yep.
from like 4 or 5 people who happen to be taking in massive sums of money every time they say something, right? It needs to be a legitimate, say we the people effort. That's
And that
put
was what was
together.
frustrating. And that was what was so frustrating when you were actually with the organizations that were supposed to be doing some of the work, was that they like isolated themselves. So they wanted us all volunteering, right? And I did. I mean, I flew myself around the country, and nobody reimbursed me or anything like that. And I didn't care because I was on the, I thought I was helping. And then they like self-isolated. So you ended up with like volunteers dropping like flies because we couldn't keep it up. And there was no budget. And then we found out they weren't even using it anyway. And that became disheartening. And so it was just one of those where it was like, it couldn't ever get to where it was like truly like grassroots or bigger. They isolated it, took command and control, and then targeted certain things. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So it didn't have a chance to spread the way it should have.
100%. And there's a few organizations who brought in a lot of money, a lot, right? And that's sad because it was a wasted opportunity again. And that's why I was so frustrated back in March and April, because I saw it going this way, right? I mean, that audit, it didn't matter what the audit found, because there's too much surface area for it to be attacked, right? That's just the way it is. And it sucked watching it happen, and it just kept going, and people kept asking for money, and nothing really came out of it. Sure, they found some duplicate ballots. Got it, check. Well, who were those ballots for? That's what I want to know, right? Specifically, who were they for?
Yeah, that's
Because
what we were all asking too.
Yeah,
just
see, and they didn't even check that. And see, I don't know why they didn't in the audit, why they didn't sort the stacks. You
Because-
know?
For 5 freaking
I have
months.
I have a report coming out here pretty soon. One of my admins is working on that. I'll post, and you can post Lulu too. It goes into details. He's got every document linked, everything source in one place. It's big, but it'll show you exactly what happened, and it'll show you, yeah, it's gonna expose a lot of stuff that I didn't even know had happened, and I've been sitting here watching it. So um, as soon as he gets that done, we'll send it out, and then everybody can have links and sources, and they can see all the documentation, what was done, and where it went wrong. That'll be the important part.
and there's a lot of lessons that have been learned. So if there is another audit, what's the best way to approach that? I think it's some kind of bipartisan, like, I think you bring in all the skeptics from the left, you bring in all the skeptics from the right, but you bring in a lot of different people, and you talk about it, and you get your TTPs figured out, right? And then you do it, and you let the other side audit you, right? But there's a better way than some brute force audit with a very biased individual and biased company that happened, I think, sort of in all the darkness. I think that's totally doable, right? And maybe I'm just an optimist, but I think that's totally doable.
No, I always tell everybody, and from the beginning, I told them, look, I don't know if we're all going to get an audit. I don't know if anybody's going to get an audit. But at the end of the day, we all came together. We met people in every state. We formed a family, and our common goal is freedom. We learned about the FOIA process. We've learned our laws. We've learned about all kinds of stuff that we had no idea about. So at least we are a smarter population now. And now we're waking up to the radical people in our movement and realizing, hey, that stuff's not cool either. So, but it doesn't mean that you're a black hat because you think something's a little too off the rails. And then you realize that they're all working together. So it's been a big awakening for everyone, I think. And I've been telling people this whole time, we need to just work with each other. We need to just work with each other. And I've been called everything in the book. And I'm like, all I just care about is y'all. That's it. I just care about us because these people are not going to save my kid's life like we are. And right now, all I care about is my kids' lives. I mean, and everybody's kids' lives. Like, we owe it to them to have a good future. And we're not doing that by following these people.
I don't think the Arizona audit was total loss. I'm not talking about necessarily the fraud, but I think it woke a lot of people up. I don't think many people were paying that much attention to it. And the cameras drew, I mean, we drew a shit ton of people to the cameras to watch the audit process. So I think a lot of people woke up to the fraud and woke up to this being an issue and woke up and started paying attention for the first time ever. They tried getting people to watch the cameras from the first 2 times and they couldn't. So there's a lot of good that came out of this, and there are a lot of lessons to learn. But I think the more eyes on these audits and the more eyes on our politicians, the better. It's the only way we can hold them accountable, and that's how I started, and that's what I want to continue.
Can anybody speak on the Mesa County, Colorado info that Lindell released at the symposium?
Yeah, I know Josh can, but since he's not here right now,
Really? I
yeah.
don't even know if he can speak on it though.
So you had somebody,
Whose phone is vibrating?
the
Mine, sorry.
the Ninja Surfer, Conan Hayes, where he had gained access and he imaged and he also set up Wireshark to pull down some PCAPs from the open election sort of Wi-Fi, but not the voting one, just like the Wi-Fi from the election like department, right? Problem is he imaged one of those machines. I'm sure Josh will kind of tighten me up if I'm going outside the norms here. The problem was he took that image back, but he used his MacBook Pro, meaning he copied everything from the machine onto his MacBook Pro. And when he did that, the host name of his computer showed up in the investigator log, right? So it says like CJH MacBook Pro.
Yeah.
That is week one. That's week one, day one bullshit, right? That just goes to show you the kinds of things that they were doing that they really had no business doing. At least the people didn't, right? Like anybody, I'll tell you how I would have done it in the teams was I would have taken some completely non-attributable device, which they ended up doing on the second machine. They bought a device. The problem is that for some reason they bought this device brand new and they could get it off of Amazon. I think it was a mini Zeiser. I could pull up the specs. On the second one, they used like this particular device, but they didn't use it first and download all the update features. So all your Windows, all your McAfee, all your virus definitions, all that stuff was still being uploaded onto this freaking device. And that's what all the data is. Everything is a Windows update information and all the McAfee virus scan stuff. I think they use a small sort of computer, kind of like your MacBook Minis. But at least they were getting smarter about it, right? So on the third image, they finally figured it out, and I think they used some non-attributable, totally non-attributable like device, and they used like a USB dongle, probably even captured with a Linux OS. So that kind of like rookie activity, that got him caught. That got CJ, that got Conan Hayes caught, right? Because he left his imprints, and then they published it, and nothing was carved out using EnCase. Everything was using the autopsy program. So they got themselves in big trouble there because autopsy is a SANS software, and Doug Logan is I guess he's a SANS like certified architect or whatever. So that kind of nonsense just completely discredits any election fraud sort of forward movement, if you guys understand what I mean. I'm not casting doubts on Lindell. I'm saying
This guy has been doing this all night.
he
ain't
got
gonna
his
shut up.
information from Conan Hayes, who used his MacBook to image the computer, right? There's no doubt about that. So I'm not casting doubts.
I saw it too.
I will say that I think like Lindell knows that those weren't PCAPs. I think he knew, but I think they were much too along in the narrative. I mean, like the whole Frank speech and all the other documentaries, he couldn't pull back. That's why he didn't give out the PCAPs, because they don't exist. The information they got was from certain, I'm just trying to keep up with what these people are saying.
You're the next one on Bannon getting blasted.
Well, bring it on. Anybody who knows anything about any computer security absolutely knew that there was never going to be PCAPs.
Yeah.
And there wasn't.
And Space
Period.
Force doesn't
Full
have it
stop.
either.
Period. Full stop. He said there was, there wasn't. Full stop. But yet it goes on for another 3, 4, 5 weeks.
No,
Like
now
two
he's talking to AGs and giving them some other kind of data he has and canvassing. That's what they're on now.
Yeah.
I'm like, I
And
don't want Mike Lindell standing with 10 feet
and he
within
just
my
stated he has 8. He has 8 AGs. Doesn't have 50. He says he wants to get 30. He has 8. He just stated that 2 days ago. Right? So I don't care what he's showing him. He's showing him all the information from, I think, Pima County. Right? And we just talked about that. Some guy named Conan Hayes, who's a surfer, that goes into a protected office that does a image of a voting machine. You're going to have a lot of problems even using that from an evidentiary standpoint. Am I right, Kelly?
That's what
Yes,
that's what
I
Josh
didn't have
said.
my button up.
And guess what? We're almost 100% positive that Conan's friend is Kaneko, however you say his name, from Hawaii too. And guess what? That's the videos professor used at the symposium. Y'all see how this all goes in a circle constantly? All the people that are the most popular, that make all the videos, that do everything, they're all in one big circle.
And I'm not some like freaking deep state shill. I mean, I served my country honorably for 15 years. I was trying to tell people about this
Thank you,
back in
everybody.
April, and they freaking attacked me, right? Ruthlessly. That should tell you something.
But Kelly, correct me if I'm wrong. If they're doing with the attorney generals, the AGs, the same as they're doing to us, it's just they're keeping them busy
Yeah, so
because
that
they
was
have
what I
nothing to
noticed.
show them.
Confused.
That's why I had issues because okay, let's take Russ Ramsland, which was ASOG here in Texas. And I know y'all are tired of hearing of Texas, but this is what I know and this is what I watch. So here in Texas, we were coming up for our election integrity bills. Everybody was patching together. I was helping a couple of grassroots people put together talking points and all that stuff. And here comes Russ Ramsland, who's propped up by the establishment here, which by the way happens to be the Bush related clan, right? And so there was this basically he was misdirecting them. So any like sincere stuff where I wanted that a court could override the contract between the state and the companies, the election equipment companies and stuff like that. That got kicked out. I had it added into one of the bills and it got kicked out because Russ came in and cleaned it up. And then so also the other one is I wanted to shift the burden. So when here in Texas for our election challenges, it has to be candidate versus candidate. I wanted a cause of action where we, the people, could come in and say, we've, noticed X amount of irregularities. Here's evidence, where people actually witnessed stuff, and we actually could file a case, but it shifted on the burden on the state to prove to us that the election was valid, to override our concerns instead of us having to prove they're wrong when they have all the evidence. Does that make sense?
Yep.
And that got struck out too because Russ Ramsland came in and cleaned it up. So that's the problem that we have, is that if you have and Arizona was correct when she was saying that, they have the bigger platform. They have, like, because they are the ones breaking in the money and they have the media push behind them and stuff like that, and they can control the narrative. And that's the issue I saw during the legislative session for us in the spring.
Somebody
And
asked about
It's
Sydney
just gonna
Powell.
keep going and going and going, and that's my frustration point. It's exactly where you are, Kelly. Seeing this stuff, seeing where there are sort of avenues to change things, but then these doors are getting slammed because of the I say brute force attempt by like people like Lynn Wood and his whole posse, right?
Right.
So it's just, I'm not trying to be a divider. I'm trying to look at a better way, right? Something that will be
And we're
productive.
looking at a way for we, the people, to not have to deal with these people. Like, if we come together by ourselves, we all have different talents and expertise. We can do this. We don't need them. And we don't
Right.
need people telling us what to do if we're all doing it together.
And
But
we
I
just
think
need to wake people up to it too. I mean, this is the first a lot of people are going to be hearing about this. So I think that's going to be a step that we have to take first, is exposing what's going on. I mean, we know it because we've lived it. But the people in Telegram listening to this is going to be news to them, and it's going to take them some time to process it, unfortunately.
And people naturally get a knee-jerk reaction. But I would just say to them, look, what really has gotten done for you with all this money and all this time, right? Everybody was sort of pushing on the Arizona audit thing. And I'm sorry, but like, if you have to explain 56,000 like duplicate ballots as whether or not that changed the course of the election, then there's some issues there, right? Especially given everything that they were claiming at the very beginning of all of this. That's my big problem, is they were claiming, Venezuela and all these other people were flipping these votes and these algorithmic changes and everybody was logged in, and you're just giving people too much credit, right?
But that's the whole psyop. They overpromise, underdeliver. It's been a cycle from day one. Hype it up, nothing. Hype it up. So that's how people can discern between who the good channels are and the bad channels are. If people are like, "Oh, we're gonna, we're gonna have this big boom coming out, and it's gonna blow everything up," and then nothing. I mean, it's been a roller coaster, and that's part of the narrative. They control the narrative. They get everybody hyped up. I remember when I had to clean my chat room up because everybody was like, "Oh, there's 200,000 ballots missing," or something like that. And it's like, well, the audit doesn't confirm it. So guess what? We don't publish it. We didn't publish any dates. We didn't publish anything that we didn't think we could verify. Little did we know we were still getting played. But the people who promise you a whole bunch and then nothing happens, those are the people that are running this, and their goal is to get you defeated, get you to check out, to stop paying attention. They want you distracted. They want you divided. They want the infighting, and it's typical, psychological operations on everybody in Telegram. And so that's how it started. So just
And all
explain.
of us are from different states for the most part. We didn't even know each other until a few months ago. And we're all coming and telling you this, and we all put pieces together. So we're not deep state. We're different people. We're moms, dads, veterans from all over the place. And we just happen to come together because of this. So, we're not getting paid to come together and do this. We're literally spending hours with you guys to give you information that you would never know because we are the ones that have been put through hell.
And I would answer a lot of the people, but for some reason or another, I didn't say anything bad earlier on, but a bunch of people got mad that I was talking, and they reported me to Telegram. So
Me
I
too.
was
I'm reported.
I was actually suspended for having a conversation about this because I mentioned Lynn's name. So that
I
should
can't
just
even comment on other channels till the 3rd of October. I've never even been reported like that. Just today.
yeah. So take a look at who's trying to censor who right now, and it's cause for concern, I think.
The feds stay on mine and Kelly's phones. Every time we're on the phone, we get disconnected. Like I can't have a phone conversation with anybody without my phone shutting off on its own. Like we are constantly attacked, y'all. We have been attacked. We get so much crap that nobody would ever know about, and it's just getting to the point where things are escalating too quickly. And that's why I've been going so hard on the channel, because you guys have got to wake up and start looking at what has been going on. And we have to just band together. And I'm not telling you listen to me. I'm not telling you listen to Kelly. I'm not telling you listen to David. I'm saying listen to we, the people, not me, we.
And stop with the deep state nonsense, because
It's so
one of the biggest
crap.
problems is I've been speaking about Lynn because I know Lynn, right? So I was sharing my experiences with Lynn, right? And I gave proof that what he was saying was an absolute lie over and over again about me. And I was sharing the evidence, and people are scared to look at the evidence and come to the conclusion that's right in front of their face that Lynn might not have been exactly truthful, period, right? That doesn't make me deep state. It's ridiculous. And
Yeah.
every time you listen to people saying, oh, you're deep state shill, or that is them just trying to completely like discredit that person, because that person probably has something to say, right? So enough with the deep state crap. We're talking about a better way to do business, right? Something methodical, and something where everybody can be involved in it. We're not talking about shutting down all the audits across the country and moving on. We're talking about how to do it more effectively and better. So I just want to get
While
that
filling positions for the midterms.
right.
We got to multitask. They have one target for a little while, but we have to multitask behind them to counter them in all the ways that they've got. These people have an army. They have an army of trained people that already knew their mission coming into this. We came into this knowing nothing, trying to help our country, and we've had to learn how to counter them the whole entire time. So it's not fair at all. These people are trained, and you should look it up. It's online. And these people are literally agents. They are connected to agencies, the people that have been doing this to us. So, you have to work with each other and give each other grace. And yeah, stop with the deep
May,
state crap when we're just trying to tell you the truth.
yeah, May 3rd, I started reaching out for help on the the Arizona Live Feeds channel that I started on EOJ's empty channel. So I've been trying to blow the whistle on this since May 3rd in Telegram. I haven't stopped. So just use your discernment. Look at who's produced stuff. Look at the facts. Try not to get sucked in emotionally by people, because that's sure and heck not what we're trying to do. We're trying to get people to wake up and figure this out.
And the worst part about it was I feel bad for the kid, right? Because I have my issues with Lynn. I mean, the guy pointed a gun at me and then lied and said he would lie to the police about it, right? I mean, that happened, and that's all on recording. He then went on to Fight Back Letterhead and he stated that he told the officer he was in fear for his life and I was a maniac and all this stuff, right? The reality is he didn't think about the officer that responded that I called the police on Lynn. He didn't think about him having a body cam running and recording the entire conversation. So what Lynn put on Fight Back letterhead stating that I was some out of control fool or whatever, Lynn did not, he lied. It was, it is the most blatant example of lying that one can do, because you can listen to the audio that I have from the deputies from his body camera. And what Lynn said, he said, never happened. It was a lie, big lie. Second to that, I actually started recording from the inside of the house when he pointed that gun at me. I got my phone and I started recording. So you could hear Lynn say, that's what the police are getting ready to hear, buddy. Right? So like all of these audios are on Linwood Speaks Lives, right? Because these are no shit examples of him lying. And if he's going to lie about things like that, he's going to lie about plenty of other stuff. And he has. And so I've been going to battle against Lynn because of this stuff. The unfortunate reality is, because I'm close to Kyle, he's been dragged into it, right? So
Poor kid is not even 20 years old yet, is he?
have you seen anybody on the right-wing media stations say a word about Kyle? It's huge. No, they haven't said
That's
a word.
because Lynn's tied to Murdoch and Fox, just like they called Arizona early. That was all their doings to distract us from any type of manipulations throughout. It's all the media. The media has done all of it. Like, as far as manipulating the people, they've used journalists and media for everything.
But here's the scary thing, right? Some of these podcasters have told me that they were told to not talk about my issues with Lynn, not to talk about Kyle.
Whoa.
These were Kyle's biggest supporters. The one link between all of them is they're all sponsored by the right-wing broadcasting network, and I'm sorry to say, by Lindell. So
Don't be sorry.
people need to talk about this, because this kid's being railroaded, and this kid is dealing with a constitutional issue that is going to affect everybody. So don't let my drama with Lynn sort of infect that. I would ask people, hey, what's going on with Kyle? How come nobody's talking about it? Because they are railroading that kid like you've never seen before, right? There is zero evidence that that kid has ever been associated with any extremist group. They want to put him out the pasture because they want your guns, and they're going to take this win. If they get it, I think they're going to get crushed. They're going to come after your guns.
Yeah, he's literally he's the middle of that. Like, he is going to be the turning point of our Second Amendment. And that's one reason why I did want to have y'all on, even if he couldn't say a lot, just having him on, because I was thinking about when I was his age, like, dealing with something that he's dealing with, that's ridiculous. And then I think about being a mom and dealing with that. And it's like, people need to know the truth.
It's terrible. They were calling him a white supremacist and a racist and all this stuff. And I'll let you guys in on a little something here. So just 2 Fridays ago was the last hearing before his trial starts on November 1st. And the prosecutor came out and said that they have a FBI video. Okay. The FBI was doing surveillance flights over the protests in Kenosha. And for the past year, they've had this FBI video that that shows everything, right? It shows everything, but they don't know how to read IR video, or they don't know how to understand it. So they made a claim And the defense couldn't counterclaim it because they hadn't seen the video yet, because the prosecution kept it until the last possible second. But they claim that Kyle confronted the first guy shot named Joseph Rosenbaum. The video does not show that. The video is exculpatory. The video shows that the guy Joshua Zeminski and Joseph Rosenbaum, they ambushed Kyle. It shows Rosenbaum running to a hidden position between two cars. And when Kyle walks by with a fire extinguisher, he runs out from behind those two cars behind Kyle and then attacks him. And that's what made Kyle run from Rosenbaum. Eventually, he ran out of real estate and he turned around, and Rosenbaum has his hands on the barrel and Kyle engaged. So if you want to talk about prosecutorial misconduct, I'd be the first person to point to the Kenosha prosecutors. It's been horrific treatment of Kyle from the very beginning. So I do feel bad that I have beef, but Lynn should not be attacking Free Kyle USA, which is Wendy's fundraiser, just because I'm part of that, helping him, right? And that's what Lynn has been doing, dramatically so. Go to his Telegram page and type in David Hancock and look at everything. What's funny is he won't say his fraud claims anymore. Like, he won't say that I was like dishonorably discharged. He won't say that I stole. He won't say that I did this. He won't say that I did that, because he knows what's coming, right? He knows what's coming. He's got one hell of a defamation coming to his doorstep.